You know, we're going to start today's races, and we're doing so with heavy hearts. In the last couple of days, we lost a very influential member of our management team here at Owasso Speedway. Dennis Wheeler, Sr., passed away peacefully Friday morning after a battle with cancer. He was he really helped all the last season. I didn't get to know him completely well. A lot of people have crossed paths with him many times. He spent 12 years working at Wheeler Trucking, and he would be mad if we didn't race today. And the Wheeler family is here, and I try not to get choked up too, because he was a good man, and we will miss him here at Owasso, but the legacy he has on this speedway will be forever. So if we could take a moment, please, to remember Dennis Wheeler. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise for our prayer. Gracious and loving Creator, as we gather here today, surrounded by the excitement and anticipation of tonight's events, we come before you with humble hearts. We ask for your guidance and protection over each driver, team member, and spectator gathered here. Grant them the courage, skill, and wisdom as they embark on this exhilarating journey. May the engines roar with power and the tires grip the track with strength. Keep every competitor safe from harm, and may their talents shine brightly as they navigate each turn and straightaway. We give thanks for the camaraderie and sportsmanship that unites us in this shared passion for racing. Bless the bonds formed on and off the track, and may they serve as a testament to the spirit of community and friendship. As we await our first event, let us remember those who have paved the way before us and honor their legacy with our actions here today. In your infinite grace, we entrust tonight's show into your hands. May it be a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and a celebration of the thrill of competition. In your name we pray, amen. Please remain standing as we play the Canadian National Anthem. And please remain standing as we honor America with the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner. And tonight, please welcome from St. John's, Andrea Palmer.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ran that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Andrea Palmer, ladies and gentlemen. Are we ready to get some racing in this afternoon? The crowd is sparse, but we're mighty. Welcome to Die Hard Night here at Owasso Speedway. Throwing it back up to Chris Phoebe there in the tower.
Thank you, Roger. As he mentioned, my name is Chris, last name Phoebe. I'm a Cancer, in case you're wondering. All right, we have 4 big heat races coming up for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts, getting ready to go 6 laps apiece. And it is going to be an amazing show. And looks like the gate got the best of Roger. But he tried. And that's what counts. So we'll get the safety trucks off the track and staged in their normal positions as we get set to go. First up, as mentioned, the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts. 4 6-lap heat races as we get ready to kick things off here on MCR night and CRA Late Model Sportsman night at the Big O. And you see our nice, neat, new concrete infield gives our safety vehicles plenty of space to park, because with all the weather we've gotten today, Lord knows that we probably wouldn't be able to do it if it was still grass down there. So your scheduled starting lineup for this one on pole is going to be the number 1, Eric Rabb. 18, a Connor Hogue outside of him. Then Chad Baker in the T16. Josh Harmon in the 17. Frank Trupiano from East Detroit in the 77. Braden Loop in the 13. Mark Eaton in the 12. And Dustin Workman in the 3. That'll be your first grouping there. 8 cars, 6 laps, heat race number 1 for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts. And look at that, there they are.
Well, I'll tell you, Chris, it is brisk and it is chilly down there on the infield and outside. And
well, I'll make sure to throw another log on the fire.
if you forgot to bring a blanket or need extra layers, of course, we have sweatshirts for sale down at the souvenir stand, as well as Owasso Speedway blankets.
Or, if you're really cold, Super Dave will cuddle with you.
Oh, he did want to say hi. I think he was already trying to stand in line to cuddle with you.
Oh, good. I know there is usually a line for that. So it'll be 6 laps here. As looks like they're coming to Nate Rowe's green flag. All right, coming off of turn 4, green flag's out. We are underway here at heat race number 1 for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts. Already 3 wide, Roger.
Why not go 3 wide? It's cold. I want to get to the front. That's where the heat is. As it's Rabb leading the way in car number 1. Baker trying to take over that second spot. Peeks to the inside of Harmon. Cannot get it done. Baker holds on to that. He is our C-class champion in that 16.
C.
It's your front 3 now. Start to pull away. Now
And,
we're going to go 3 wide, Chris.
Oh, boy. So now we're 3 wide at the front of the field. Chad Baker, the meat in the sandwich. And according to the computer, it's Braden Loop. Nope.
So Baker takes over the top spot. As Harmon in second. Rabb's now falling back to the 3rd spot, where he's greeted with the battle with the 13 of Braden Loop.
All right, now Baker out at the front of the field, but Josh Harmon having a pretty good night as he tries to run down your leader.
Yeah, 2 cars have broken away from this pack as Braden Loop from row number 3 picks up the 3rd spot. Good battle back there mid-pack between Rab, Talladega Trupiano, the 12 of Mark Eaton, who had shown some smoke earlier on, and the number 3 of Dustin Workman, all in a bee's nest back there mid-pack.
All right, we're coming to the white flag now. 1 lap to go. Baker has the lead, has a little bit of daylight between himself and Harmon as we head down the back straightaway for the final time.
Now Chad Baker right now has got this about wrapped up. All he's got to do is put a bow on it now as he takes it out of turn number 4. He sees the checkered flag. He'll take it as your first heat race winner of the night. So Baker getting the job done. Again, we mentioned he is your 2023 C-Class when we had the ABC type of format for the Sport Compact division. Plenty of spots. He does have a, looks like he did pick up a sponsor here recently. So Baker, oh, there we go. In the Knickerbocker Brick Blocker sponsored T16. He's your first heat race winner of the afternoon. How about it for Chad Baker?
Now say that sponsor 5 times fast.
Yeah, Knickerbocker Brick Blocker. Yeah, I'm surprised I got through it the first time.
Well, it was a good effort. Heat race number 2 for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts, getting ready to head out onto the track. And wouldn't you know it, your lineup for that one is missing from my screen.
Well, I think I have it here in front of me. If it's Corbin Kelly on the pole in car number 54. Alongside will be Clay Lusk out of Nevada, Ohio. That's just a city it doesn't know what it wants to be. In the 88, Phoebe Hosner in the 55. Jason McBride's number 70. That's supposed to make up row number 2. Ira Hosner in the T1 tonight. Ryan Cords, the 51. Oliver Kukar in the 86. And Jason Stanfield, also out of Ohio, in car 41.
Well, it looks like Stanfield didn't answer the call, and it looks like Corbin Kelly going to take the back of the field. So we'll jumble up our lineup, we'll call it significantly, as we get the field onto the track. We had, looks like 8 scheduled and 7 made the track, so it looks like maybe only Stanfield, the only one not answered the call.
Now keep in mind, for you, if you're the first time here, heat races are just a chance for some extra points and extra money for the first 3 finishers. 4 finishers in the heat races. The future lineups already determined by qualifying as we take the green flag.
And this seems familiar. We're 3 wide again here on the first lap as Ryan Cords looks to shoot the gap. Cords, a former champion of what is now the Sport Compact division, moved up into the truck division here in the last couple seasons, and piloting the 51 car for the Jernigan Racing team here tonight.
And right now sitting in the 5th position while Phoebe Hosner continues to set the pace, the Kalamazoo driver. Looking for a good finish. She's had some struggles here as of late, and so far looking pretty good here in heat race number 2.
Well, it seems like it's been feast or famine for the Hosner family here at the Owasso Speedway. Of course, they had one car that was leading our feature on opening night before it burst into flames. And then they did pick up a feature win last Saturday night.
Yeah, Bryson with the feature win. And right now, Ira sitting there in the 2nd spot. Kukar has also moved up through the field in that 86. He's up to 3rd on the inside of the double 8s of Clay Lusk.
So Hosner leads now with 2 laps left on the board. It's Hosner, Kukar, Cords, your top 4. Those will be the drivers getting points for this one if things are to end on this lap. But of course they're not. Roger, they're going to end on the next lap now that we see the white flag.
Well, sure, we're doing a predetermined amount of laps ahead of time, so we don't pull any surprises on them. And it's been determined that 6 is the magic number.
I thought 3 was the magic number.
Well, I did it. currency, Canadian currency.
Yeah, exchange rates, I get it.
The Hosners will pick up 1 and 2. Phoebe with the win in the 55. Ira Hosner will finish in second. Looks like Ryan Cords, Oliver Kukar, and Jason McBride will complete your top 5. I gotta think this might be her first, definitely her first win here at Owasso Speedway. And I don't see that she has any sponsors, but she's just 14 years of age, ladies and gentlemen, behind the wheel of that number 55 out of Kalamazoo. How about it for Phoebe Hosner? And she's down there going to get that victory lane photo, picking up the second heat race win in your Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts. Yeah, happy young lady there. She climbs out of the car. How about it one more time for Phoebe Hosner? So we should have our third of 4 Sport Compact heat races coming out momentarily. It should have Camille Lewis on the front row in the 03. Logan Charin in the number 9 from Swartz Creek will be to Camille's right. Row number 2, Adam Whitaker in the 23 and Dan Hassard's 6X. Nick Murdoch, our opening night winner in car number 79, and Bryson Hosner, last week's winner, will be next to him. And Randy Moore in car number 69 will make up the field for heat race number 3 as they begin to pull out of the pit area. I believe Jason Stanfield may be add on to this one, as he should have been in the previous heat.
Whoops.
So it's going to be a little bit of a detriment for him because they are based on qualifying. So he's with a faster group than, well, I guess only by 1 car, because he would have been at the tail of number 2. So 1 position. So should be equally matched for that 41 machine. We'll pull up alongside Randy Moore's number 69.
And Stanfield, this is a second straight week here because his home track down in Ohio has rained out. So he made the haul up here. Was with us last Saturday and becoming a regular.
Mother Nature making a necessity. You got to race. Can't make it to Monday if I don't race for the weekend, right?
That's right. The second most irregular thing here at the Owasso Speedway.
Green flag about to be displayed as the field gets to the M&K Truck Center restart zone where they can start to go fast.
And go fast they did. Once again, feels like deja vu. They're 3 wide on lap 1 in the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compact heat race number 3, our penultimate heat race for our front wheel drive division. Camille Lewis sneaking up into the lead. That car is for sale, and the car looks like at its best value for sale purposes when it's sitting out in front of the field.
Good battle for the second spot between last week's winner, Bryson and Logan Charin. Charin in the preferred groove as those 3 begin to pull away from the rest of the field.
Now these front-wheel drive sport compacts, a little more so than their rear-wheel drive counterparts, momentum can be a good thing for these cars, and you can see right here, Bryson Hosner able to inch ahead on the outside. Not necessarily the faster car, but definitely the more free-to-run car. Able to swing wide off turn 4 as we are now inside 2 to go. Camille Lewis has led the whole way so far. Hosner now up in second, but Logan Charin in the 9 still keeping him honest.
Murdoch starting to catch that lead trio as they come down to the white flag. We're on the final circuit.
And they come off a turn 2 for the final time. Hosner goes for the switchback, gets to the inside, heading down the back straightaway. He's going to show Lewis the nose in turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race down to the line. They make just a little bit of contact, but Camille Lewis is going to take the win. Bryson Hosner second, Logan Charon third, Nicholas Murdoch fourth, and Dan Hassard completes your top 5. Well, I know for sure this is her first appearance with us here this season. Normally competes over on the west side of the state, Kalamazoo, Springport, Galesburg, that general area. But she's here tonight at the Owasso Speedway. As mentioned, that car is for sale. If you want to pick up a winner in car number 03, she'll head down to get her picture taken. Camille Lewis picking up the victory here tonight in heat race number 3 for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts. And 1 heat to go for these guys and girls.
Yeah, the girls putting a whooping to the boys here in the Sport Compact division here. 2 wins. And she's going to climb onto the car there to enjoy the spoils of victory. Should be a car to watch in tonight's feature event.
That car is usually pretty fast wherever it goes. As heat race number 4 hits the track, Damian Waters in the 1 car starts on pole. Last week's fast qualifier, Bobby Joe Jernigan in the 38. Then they'll leave the 36, a Matt Elsey Sr. with Matt Elsey Jr. in the 27 to his outside. Fast qualifier Ray Powell in the 6th, then a couple non-qualifiers. Kennedy Jernigan in the 88 and Josh Shiver in the 7. Looks like he is not answering the call. So we'll go with what we have. Looks like 6 cars, 6 laps. Heat race number 4 for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts.
And both Elsies last night picking up the wins at Kalamazoo in their respective divisions. Running in that 2nd row as we anticipate the 1 to go signal. Ray Powell unofficially breaking the track record early. Well, actually, Elsey Jr. had broken the track record first, and then Ray Powell come along and knocked another 1/10 of a second off. Went from a 17.0 all the way down to a 16.6. Division as the green flag is unfurled, and we're already racing for the top spot with Elsey Jr. to the outside of Bobby Joe.
Well, Elsey making quick work of the rest of the field as he moves to the front here at the end of lap number 1. 5 laps to go for the Otsego, Michigan driver.
Powell working the inside of Bobby Joe Jernigan will take over the 2nd spot now. So your fast qualifiers already at the front here of this 4th and final heat race for your Sport Compact division.
Now these are 2 of the fastest front-wheel drives you'll find anywhere, Roger. These 2 dominate wherever they go. I think Matthew Elsey Jr. has so many track records under his belt. Ray Powell probably not too far behind as he follows the National Compact Touring Series. We reach the halfway point. It's Elsey, Powell, Jernigan, your top 3. Bobby Joe falling back into the clutches of Matt Elsey Sr. and that number 36 as the laps wind down. Here we come now to 2 to go.
Elsey Jr. not so much worried about races, not chasing a championship here at Owasso Speedway. Neither of the top 2 qualifiers going after a championship here. But we've got quite a battle now. They're nose to tail. Coming to the white flag, 1 to go.
And with that 1 lap remaining, Powell stuck the nose in there. Elsey shuts the door. Powell has to back off as we head down the back straightaway for the final time. He comes out of turn number 4. Checkered flag is out. Your winner's going to be Matthew Elsey Jr. Ray Powell 2nd. It's going to be Matt Elsey Sr. in 3rd. Bobby Joe Jernigan 4th. Damian Waters will complete your top 5.
Well, that Honda Preludes picked up a lot of checkered flags in the last season. Already off to a good start, just 19 years of age for this young man out of Otsego. Matt Elsey Jr. and the Quality Auto, Quality Graphics, MCA Michigan Curb Appeal, Preferred Insurance, Napa Auto Parts, Perks Auto Parts, and Ray's Septic. Picked up 3 track championships in 2023.
That's a lot of championships.
For as much as he traveled around, could easily have many more, but he picks up his first one of the season here at Owasso Speedway, his first checkered flag of the season here, and I think it'll be a very close contested feature event later on between he and Ray Powell, that is for sure, and there's a lot of adjustments going to happen for the rest of the field to see what they can do to keep up with these 2 cars. So heat race is done for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts. And I believe be ready for the Midwest Classic Racers Dwarf Division for their series of heat races. Celebrating their 30th season this year.
That is a heck of an accomplishment for any traveling series to have that kind of longevity, but the MCR Dwarf Cars, it feels like they've been around forever. I guess pretty much my whole life, as we come around here for this first of 2 heat races.
Ken Germain in the 76, the 11 of Todd Johnson, the 2 of Nicole Olmstead. As I adjust my glasses here, the 34 of Matt Bissell, the 2022 Rookie of the Year. Back there in row number 2, the 29 belongs to John Wiley, the 2002 champion. Also in the mix, Derek Nolan. The 52 of Keith Barker II out of Fort Wayne.
And, well, we're trying to give these guys a chance to get some heat in the tires, but they're getting a little chippy.
And I believe that's Derek Nolan there at the tail end, one of those drivers going for Rookie of the Year in 2024. That's what the ribbon on the back bumper lets all the drivers know that they're behind a rookie. Yeah, these cars all started out, in 1995 in Phoenix, as a matter of fact, where they started working on these machines. Dean Spangler also out there in the 77. He's another one of the rookie candidates. Now these are full steel roll cages, sheet metal bodies, and they're powered by 4-cylinder motorcycle engines with full racing suspension. And they tend to be cars between 1928 and 1948. However, you will see that the majority of the field here at Owasso tonight are between 1932 and 1936.
Now that's a long time ago, even if it's just a recreation of a long time ago.
Even for me, that was a long time ago. So good field of 18 of these drivers here tonight. As they're going to come down to the green flag, here we go. Nicole Olmstead already jumping out to the quick lead in car number 2. At 34 Dodge, leading this pack, now up to second, John Wiley.
And it's almost like a tale of 2 fields in this one. You have your first chunk of cars and a couple bringing up the rear, as Keith Barker in that 52 makes a move on John Wiley for the runner-up spot. Wiley keeps her wound up on the outside though, but will lose ground off of turn 4. That gives Barker the second spot with Nicole Olmstead out in front. Olmstead had issues in their first practice session, spun out and ended up having to get record off the track. But obviously whatever ailed that machine has been well taken care of, because she is out in front trying to hold off a challenge for the lead.
Oh, Keith Barker getting closer and closer now. He takes a peek to the high side as they go down the back chute. Olmsted holding her own there on the preferred line. Now let's see if Barker goes to the inside. No, he does not. He'll stay in line.
Just 2 laps remaining now as Barker searching around the 3/8 here at the Owasso Speedway, trying to find a route around Olmsted, but so far not going to happen as we get to the white flag. 1 lap to go.
He gets a good pull coming out of the corners, but he gets about halfway down the straightaway and he's just not able to keep it open. Now he looks to the inside of your race leader. Olmsted now forced to run a little bit higher line, although she closes the door. Coming down, checkered flag. Olmsted will hold on to the win. Keith Barker will finish in second. Looks like John Wiley finishing third, followed by the 34 of Matt Bissell from Taylor, finishing in the 4th position. So Nicole Olmsted out of Jackson in the Dodge Coupe. Olmsted Racing, the primary sponsor on that machine, as Nicole picks up the first heat race win of the evening. Actually, would be the first heat race win of their season. I believe they're kicking off the year with us this year. So she starts the season with a bang. I want to thank their series sponsors: Professional Steam Sterilizer and Consulting, Novation Water Systems, Jethro.fm, that's country with a twist. Also, Hoffman Motorsports Outlaw Chassis and American Legion Post 179 of Granville, the sponsors of the MCR division in 2024. They travel all around the Midwest. We'll see them at Berlin next week. Then they'll head down to South Bend, then back up to Whittemore, then to M40 and Flat Rock, and then back with us on June 22nd.
That's a pretty aggressive schedule.
It's the second heat race. Makes its way out. I'm sure we'll allow these drivers to warm them tires up. Mike McMahon out of Whittemore Lake in the 07. Will be in this. The 21 belongs to Jody Johnson, the 2021 Rookie of the Year. Jamie Zarkis, the 23 Rookie of the Year in car 18. The one of Eric Hoffman, the 6-time champion, and the 1998 Rookie of the Year. In this one, that's the 1A machine.
Well, that's a pretty deep stat pool to pull from.
Zach Nichols in the 44. Had the experienced driver Rookie of the Year in 2021 in this field. Greg Rudzik in car 28. Troy Hoffman, the 97 car. He was the champion in 2021. I think we got everybody in this field of cars. Don't miss Steve Slater Jr. out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. That's the 92 car. So we'll herd them together without a sheepdog to do that.
Do they make racing sheepdog?
I don't know. I'm sure you can find one on Amazon or Pinterest. Or I guess if it's the Dwarfs, it'd be Pinterest.
Ha.
Thanks, I just came up with that just now.
That was good. That was good. I liked that.
This is what Rex pays me the big money for.
You're getting paid?
Oops. That was supposed to, I had a do not tell.
All right, well, one thing we are going to say is that green flag racing is happening here, our second and final heat race for the MCR Dwarf Car Series, and boy, these little cars are fast.
They are. Zarkis kind of got shuffled out of the mix there in that 18.
Zach Nichols feeling brave as he jukes his way in front of the 07 McMahon Jr. To the inside, now moves to the front of the field past Jody Johnson.
Nichols takes over the lead in the 44, but how long will that last? Because you got about 5 cars under a blanket here for the top spot as they shuffle back and they shuffle lanes and they shuffle positions all through that top 5.
And things continue to shuffle around, Roger, as we come to the halfway point. 3 in, 3 to go. It's Nichols, McMahon, Hoffman, your top 3.
You can't look down for a half second because a lot of things change. As now we've got a battle for the top spot as Hoffman sneaking along on the high side of that 0-7 McMahon.
And Eric Hoffman has so many wins in these Dwarf Cars. He really knows the quick way around all of these tracks they frequent. And he may be a threat here still, even with 1 lap to go, running into 3rd spot. But Zach Nichols has the advantage as we head off of turn number 2 for the final time down the back straightaway.
Sizable lead for your race leader. Zach Nichols takes him out of 4 into the checkered flag, the line he crosses. Puts him in victory lane here for heat race number 2. Zach out of Stockbridge. That's a 34 Ford pickup. And it's sponsored by Outlaw Chassis. He'll be your 2nd heat race winner for the MCR Dwarf Series. So 2 drivers starting their season off with victories in their respective heat races and hoping they can parlay that into a feature win later on.
That would be pretty cool.
As I see Zach taking off the gloves there, looks like he may climb out of that machine for his victory photo, something he can pass along to his sponsors and friends.
Maybe even put on a Christmas card.
As he climbs out of that car, how about it, ladies and gentlemen, Zach Nichols picking up the win in heat race number 2. He looks so much bigger than that car.
Yeah, it's amazing how much person you can fit in one of those.
Even the tall have to drive a car.
It's our first Simpsons reference
There
of the night.
you go.
All right. Gross Construction Street Stocks heat race coming up next.
I had to pull way back on that one
Yes.
for that reference.
Yep, that was a deep one. Now, as long as you don't parade anybody through town with their pants at their ankles, then we'll be in good
Hey,
shape.
it's that kid that likes to laugh at people. Let's laugh at him.
It's a deep cut.
I know.
Deep cut. All right, so 6 laps will be the distance for this heat race. We had, unfortunately, some fair weather keeping, well, unfair weather, I should
Yeah,
say,
that's
keeping
right.
people at home. So we're a little light in numbers, but still a pretty quality field. Some top contenders in this one.
Yeah, fast qualifier for the street stocks brought to you by Gross Construction was Jeff Owens, picking up the fast time, a new track record, 16.024, beating the previous of 16.036 that Dan Bailey had. So we bumped that street stock track record down closer to the just outside the 15-second bracket.
Absolutely wild. All right, so your field as they get ready to hit the track on pole is supposed to be Rob Sullivan out of Attica, Michigan in the 20.
And he made it out. We didn't think maybe he was.
Yeah, that car just seems to be plagued with mechanical gremlins. Like, he may need to get some sage and a witch doctor involved. Jerry Ballard in the 22 is scheduled to start outside of that front row. Then Jim Miller Jr. in the number 9. Normally in the pure stock division, running in the street stocks tonight. Mike Green in the 3 car, that bright yellow machine out of Battle Creek, will start outside of row 2.
And he just pulled in the pits, as a matter of fact.
Well, look at him making me a liar. I don't appreciate that very much.
Well, thought I'd break the news to you now instead of later.
Aaron Newman in the 67, also out of Battle Creek. Then the 7 of Norm Overheiser. Jim Miller Sr. in the K9, your opening night feature winner for these drivers. Tim Lahar in the 20, and as mentioned, your fast qualifier, Jeff Owens in the 65. 6 laps will be the distance. Top 4 gets points and cash.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike Green was a little upset that you felt bad, so it looks like he's turned around and going to try to make his way back out onto the field, Chris. So when you thought that you had no pull, that no one cared, we found one that cares.
Well, my heart was broken, but we've been able to scotch tape it back together.
We flex sealed it together.
I wouldn't go that far. Definitely wouldn't trust it to float on a river.
Well, the 9 machine of Jim Miller Jr., he had to convert that back over to asphalt. He's been running that. He had been running that on dirt for a number of years. I'm trying to remember if he won he was almost won the championship at Tri-City, and I'm not sure if that was with the Camaro or if it was that car or not. Might have been his Camaro.
I know Senior used to run that really cool Ralph Earnhardt throwback car on the dirt for many years.
Boy, and it was heartbreaking when he smashed it at Woodtick a couple of years back, but he put it back together. So it's probably sitting in the garage somewhere.
Yeah, they have cars scattered all over the state from what I gather.
Well, it's better than parts of cars scattered across the
so they probably have that going on too. All right, so we got our field lined up. They were a little haphazard as they came out onto the track. So 6 laps will be the distance here. Sullivan and Ballard are going to be your front row.
Field gets the one to go signal.
And you know, isn't it funny how this always seems to work out? You have 2 drivers that have problems with each other one week, and wouldn't you know it, they're starting right next to each other in the heat race.
Of course. I think we'd make that mandatory just for fan enjoyment.
Well, you know, Jane Sederington used to do that back in the day in the pit area, have a couple drivers that were fighting one week, and you'd park them right next to each other the very next week. So you could kiss and make up, or you could be the opposite of that.
Here they come to the green flag, 6-lap feature. 4 street stops.
And,
oh my!
Well, that got it interesting really early.
Ooh, I don't know how they drove through that.
Got to the end of the straightaway and forgot where to go.
I'm thinking Oberheiser in that stay out in his car.
Yeah, Buddy Head painting that car up, or his family getting that painted up for Norm. And this is literally the first outing of that car.
Miller Sr. getting there, slinging her side. K9 machine there, battling for the fifth. Oh, the 22 around right in front of Miller. Miller with evasive measures and able to get by. Jerry Ballard around in the double deuce. Ballerined it.
Double deuce, that probably is how he's feeling after this little spin there.
Hey, the back end just got away from him, and around he went. Good move by Miller Sr. to avoid that as he shot up to the top side, and luckily that 22 was able to keep that Hastings Pro Auto machine from going up the track.
You know, it's never a good thing when the back end of the car is trying to pass the front end. Just makes for a tough go of it.
What do they call that in Austria? A turnabout? No, it's a
Dollary do?
no, no, that's not what it is.
Knifey spoony?
A turnabout, I think, is what they call it. Or no, a slide around.
Ah.
It's a slide around.
Yeah, I had one of those once. I think you can get it with or without a cherry on top.
So after having problems in practice qualifying, I mean, it was actually practice and qualifying. It wasn't practicing and qualifying, but the 20 of Sullivan has been able to hold on for the last couple of laps here to lead this field.
We do have 2 laps in, 4 to go as we work our very first caution of the night. And I mean, really, you want to talk about the issues Rob Sullivan's had. It wasn't just in practice and qualifying tonight. I don't know if that car has made competitive racing laps in quite a while. It seems like every time he brings it out, something goes wrong. So great to see him out there, not only at the front of this heat race, but doing pretty well for himself with a pretty good field behind him. So he'll have Aaron Newman and Jeff Owens now behind him as Jerry Ballard has exited the speedway.
Yeah, the one and done caution rule in your heat races. So you cause the caution, you go into the pit area. They take the green flag and Sullivan trying to pull away.
Tim Lahar making some moves. He gets past the 7 and Norm Overheiser.
Aaron Newman will take over the second spot.
And Owens got mixed up in that deal with Miller gets all kinds out of shape. In that deal with Miller and Lahar last week, and that I thought that car was going to be done for a couple of weeks. Back out the very next race and sets a new track record. So whatever Jeff Owens had to repair, obviously he repaired it very well as he now works to the outside of Sullivan, and he'll come down to see the white flag as Jeff Owens takes over the lead of this race.
Owens, Sullivan, Miller Sr. Your top three, Aaron Newman holding on to the final paying position here in this heat race as they come down. Checkered flag. Owens has the second spot. Sullivan. Miller Sr. holds on for third, and Aaron Newman takes the fourth spot. Doggone it. He filled out a driver profile for his sponsors. I'll be doggone, I'm going to find it.
I hope it's not one of the ones I accidentally knocked into the trash earlier.
Oh, I'm not afraid. Well, and then I can't even find it. But it's a beautiful looking car as he pulls down the victory lane. One of the drivers out of Montrose here with us, picking up the heat race win, and with just a small field of street stocks, he'll be coming from the back of the field once again when we get to tonight's feature event for your street stock division.
15 laps. Did I write it down?
Looks like we are set for a 15-lap B main for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts. These would be the drivers that qualified 21st on back as we lock the top 20 in on qualifying.
Yep, 20 fastest went to the A, everyone else in the B.
Da B.
All right, so 15 laps will be the distance here.
Again, we appreciate you folks coming out here on a brisk fall-like afternoon here at Owasso Speedway.
Yeah, absolutely. We know who the true Owasso Speedway diehards are, and it certainly is not Hans Gruber.
We appreciate you, those of you turning in from on Racing America TV, Track TV, enjoying tonight's show. As Chris mentioned earlier on, we had a lot of precipitation, kind of pushed some of our qualifying and hot laps back a little bit, but still managed to get the show started at just a couple of minutes after our scheduled start time of 6 o'clock here today. So we do appreciate you tuning in, as we'll have that main event coming for you, the Forrest Welding CRA late model Sportsman with their 75-lap Owasso Sportsman Showdown.
Yeah, if you guys could see what we were dealing with here at around noon, 1 o'clock, to what you have in front of you now, just know tons of effort and kerosene and propane and other natural gases went into making this race possible.
And that was just lunch.
Oh. All right, your starting lineup for this one: Dustin Workman in the 3 car starting on pole. Mark Eaton scheduled to start outside of him. Looks like Mark's going to take the tail. Braden Loop in the 13 will start inside of the row behind, so that'll move Frank Trupiano outside of row 1. Then it's going to be Josh Harmon Oh, I missed Chad Baker outside of row 2. Then it's going to be Josh Harmon in the 17. Connor Hogue in the 18. And looks like Kennedy Jernigan in the 88. The number 1 of Eric Rabb's 7X and Josh Shiver not able to answer the call. So we'll go with what we have. 15 laps the distance here for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compact B feature.
I think Rab might. Oh no, that's going to be Josh Shiver's going to get the car out. We didn't see him in the heat race. Wonder what happened.
Yeah, looks like he will make it.
Wonder what happened with Rab's machine. It didn't look like he was. I mean, at least on the track, didn't seem like he had any issues with that car. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like he is going to make the call here for this B main.
Yeah, it was his first start of the season. Finished runner-up in our C division last year. But took him a couple races to get things ready to go. We affectionately call him the Sugar Baby.
He either wants sponsors or a sugar mama, so
He'll take one or the other, or both,
yeah.
probably.
Well, I think one would come with the other. That's the hope.
Well, sounds like there may be one more in the chute.
I would not be surprised if it was the Rab machine. It looks like that is likely to be the case.
Did you say the Rab machine or
Yeah.
the Rad machine?
The Rab.
Oh. Well, I thought it was pretty rad. I don't know why you're ragging on his car like that.
#1.
Is that the pound sign?
It is. Yep, the former pound sign now would no longer such.
It's also the number sign. Or a tic-tac-toe board.
So now that drama has been taken care of, hopefully here we'll be getting the one to go signal soon.
He didn't make the start,
So now that we are in a B main, if there is a caution, we will have the Owasso option, where they will get to choose their restarts if there is a caution in the event, as they will do double file restarts.
No.
Still not
At
quite ready.
at the moment it looks like they're struggling with the double file starts.
I think everyone wants the bottom lane.
Well, we can get them all in line, or we can just go with them, everyone at the back, I guess.
I guess they're just they don't want to be done early.
Step up or step out.
Yeah. Wait, it's still light out.
That's okay.
And it seems like, yeah, those 3 cars there at the back just kind of just going to get some start money, perhaps. Get some laps in. Okay, was waiting for Logan to give him the one to go there. I can clearly see that now.
Clearly.
I was lost in the hooded sweatshirts.
Did you put it on backwards?
Yeah, I did, yes. And the hood's up, yes. I'm practicing to be a scorer.
Ooh. Ooh.
And thank you for your wife to be up here scoring.
I'm
for
just
us.
happy to drag her kicking and screaming out of retirement as the train flags out. We're underway here for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compact B feature, 15, or B main, 15 laps the distance. Workman has the lead. Chad Baker on the outside, getting around Trupiano, but Baker a little bit of a push off of 4. So Workman will lead that lap.
Baker holds on the second. Trupiano not letting those two get away from him. He gets right back in the mix in that 77 as Baker continues to run the high side of Workman.
And Trupiano from East Detroit, which is northeast of South Detroit.
I didn't even know they still call it East Detroit. As Baker, now about a fender out, now 2 fenders out.
I think technically it's called East Point now.
Yes, that would be correct.
But it's still east of Detroit.
Baker taking the top spot, gonna keep running that high lane. He likes it up there. He's got that car set up for that lane. Workman in second, Trupiano, nice run so far in the third spot, fourth position, Braden Loop.
It is a nice run, you're right.
Now he is one, that 77 is one of those that is strictly stock. They actually run that car once in a while for the Enduros down at Flat Rock, and it usually does very, very, very well against some of the bigger cylinder cars.
Yeah, what it may lack in speed, it makes up for in durability if you can run one of those Enduros.
Well, Trupiano's in a little bit out of shape, allows Luke to catch him as your front two in danger of pulling away from the field. About everyone with a dance partner out here in your top 6.
Kennedy Jernigan moving up into the top 5. She was not able to get a qualifying lap in today, so she had to start at the back of the field. But moving comfortably up into the top 5, and she'll set her sights on the next pair of drivers, Trupiano in the 77, Loop in the 13. That is for 3rd and 4th. But the best battle on the track right now is that one at the top. Here, Roger, as Dustin Workman works on the T16 and Chad Baker. But Chad Baker's kind of set up shop in that second groove and seems to be running pretty comfortably there.
Yeah, you said earlier, momentum is key with these cars. But we see that a lot on the dirt. Man, they just go right to the top, and as long as they can keep on the gas pedal, not have to touch that brake or slide the front end, they're able to get to the front pretty quick. And that's what Baker seems to be doing here.
Well, Jernigan in the 88's closed up on 3rd and 4th place. She'll now try to, caution on the speedway.
Looking around here, must be something on the track that shouldn't be there.
Debris in turn 2. I believe that's how you say that word. I've only ever seen it written.
So this will be the opportunity for the Owasso option for the first time here tonight. You see just past the start-finish line, we have the arrow and a orange box inside that arrow, it's the purpose of a cone. It's a virtual cone. And then even to make it even easier, we put a couple of slow-moving vehicle signs and pasted them to the fence on the front straightaway so the drivers know exactly where that choose area is.
Yeah, our race director Sam put those up there. Had to stop him from eating the glue, but what was left he used on getting those signs posted. So
and he used
great.
up all my orange crayons for the mark on the track.
I mean, those are the best tasting ones, I hear. So we have 9 in, 6 to go here as we work the B main for the Flory Crane Rentals Sport Compacts. And boy, it looks like just about everyone chose that inside line.
I was trying to see if they even knew they did the option there. And apparently they did, so that puts Trupiano on the front row with Baker.
Josh Harmon gets a huge jump. He'll now be outside of row 2.
Huge.
And Field getting the 1-to-go signal. So we'll be back at racing speed next time by. Once again, 9 in, 6 to go, which adds up to 15.
Hold on, let me check your math.
Please do. I can use all the help I could get. All right, Baker and Trupiano lead them into turn number 3.
The M&K Truck Center. It still didn't paint it red. It's still green.
Yep, it is still green. Good job, Roger.
Start zone.
And our assistant flagman, Logan McCaslin, waving that flag. He was out there racing last night with these sport compacts up at the Birch Run Speedway. Finished 12th out of 20, I believe, is what the verdict was. So pretty decent.
Oh, we got a spin.
Big contact there between Workman and Trupiano.
Trupiano able to drive through it. That was a battle for the second position. Like Workman got to the inside lane and yeah, just came right up the track and made contact with that 77 car.
Oh, that's a whoopsie.
Trupiano was able to drive through that. If this was a year ago, he'd be driving through the grass.
Well, luckily for him, Rex Wheeler hates grass.
Yes.
I believe he's on a one-man campaign to eliminate all grass. So race control, just taking a quick peek at the review of the incident.
Well, these cars were more single file when they were coming down for the restart than they are right now, which makes it really tough to line them up when they're double file.
Yes,
already.
that does create some challenges.
So Workman looks like he is, I think he went to the rear before even a call was made.
Well, that's one thing these drivers, these drivers usually know when trouble is afoot.
It's like golf, though. Some of them might not. They might let you decide if they did bad.
And sometimes you throw your club into a tree. Speaking of throwing your club into a tree, I see Dan Bailey in the crowd tonight.
What?
I don't actually know if Dan's much of a golfer, but he's a heck of a racer. So hopefully we'll see him out here with a race car sometime in the near future.
Well, they just did the Owasso option, and Jernigan is going to move all the way to the front of the field. It's going to be outside the front row with Baker.
All right, did not get another lap in, so it will be 9 in, 6 to go still. Did not get another lap in. So Logan McCaslin gives them the 1 to go signal, which would indicate that we're going to be racing next time around.
Trupiano inside of row number 2 with the 17 of Josh Harmon. Then Loop and Shiver in row number 3. Field, I was going to say starts to pick up the pace, but I was a little early. Now they start to pick up the pace. Here they come.
Oh, it gets a little close for comfort there going into turn 1, but we continue on. Kennedy Jernigan falling back a couple spots. They'll take her 3 wide. She thinks better of it.
Yeah, I don't think that outside line is her comfort zone as of yet. She'd been pretty well getting her rhythm going in that inside line, and I bet it was a little bit slick up in that higher line for her.
It looked that way, but immediately gets to the bottom and fights back now to the inside of the 17 and Josh Harmon as we come down to 4 to go.
Baker with a sizable lead. Trupiano in second. Loop in third. Inside 5 to go. This time by will be 3 remaining. Jernigan in the 4th spot.
Just a trio of laps remaining now. Baker has some good distance on the rest of the field as Trupiano trying to hold off a charge from Braden Loop.
Kennedy Jernigan again took a peek to the inside, but she breaks a little bit early going in that corner, and she loses that momentum. Definitely faster down the straightaways. But she's got to hit the bikers pretty hard at the angle that she goes into the corners. As we're 2 to go, Baker's got this one well in the bag if everything holds together and you keep that car underneath them.
Yeah, this time by, it'll be the white flag out, 1 lap to go. Ooh, 17 of Harmon goes way wide there off of turn 4. Down the back straightaway for the final time, and he's getting pretty good at these B-mains, Roger. Off of turn 4, your winner is going to be Chad Baker. It's going to be be Braden Loop second. Ooh, it's going to be a close one. Kennedy Jernigan in third, Trupiano fourth, and Josh Harmon completes your top 5.
Oh, good run there for Jernigan. That's certainly going to get her some confidence now behind the wheel of that machine. But yeah, this guy was tough all last season, and now he's just got to work his way back into getting into those A mains. But he picks up the B main win here tonight as Chad Baker, your B main winner in your Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts. While we have a moment, want to thank all of our sponsors for 2024, including Verizon, Alderman's Kubota, Kimball's Midwest, Modern Woodman Fraternal Financial, Artistry, Hair and Lashes, M&K Truck Center, Bing Crosby, Sundance Chevy, Flory Crane Rental, Prevent Pests, Jam Best One, Shiawassee County Convention and Visitors Bureau, Gilbert's Hardware and Appliance, Stone Case Incorporated, Reefer Peterbilt, Young's of St. John's, Maine Beverage, Wendling Sheet Metal, Michigan Paving, Spence Brothers, Young Chevrolet of Owasso, Wirt Stone Dock, Valley Freightliner, Tri-Coast Advisors, Total Water and Culligan of Owasso, Speedco, Sloan Septic, Packer Financial, Musco Lighting, Modern Concrete, MMB Advisors, Michigan Kenworth, McAllister Rental, Love's Travel Stop, Liquid Powder, Kyle's Tree Service and J&J Excavating, Hopkins Mechanical, Gross Construction, Fast Eddies, Duratech Automotive, Dort Financial Credit Union, Designs by Beam, Deluxe Auto Carriers, Campgrounds Are Us, CNS Electric, Backroad Beauty Salon, All-Star Performance, Agnew Sign Company, A. Morgan Building, and fourwheelbuy.com for their support of racing in the 2024 season here at Owasso Speedway. As Chad Baker's out of that car, how about it one more time, picking up the B main, Chad Baker, ladies and gentlemen.
Got a couple Chad Baker fans out there. Oh, sorry, 3. Sorry, I didn't hear that last one. One of them was a little late on the call. So we still got a lot of exciting racing action to come to you here tonight as we have finished our preliminary events. So looking at the schedule here, we're going to be rolling into our main feature for the Sport Compacts here in just a couple laps. So it'll be just a quick second here as we're trying to peel through things pretty quick. So the turnaround, I think we're stressing out our crew in the back the way we're ripping through things, but we'll get them rolling here. First up will be the Sport Compacts going a certain amount of laps.
25.
25
I have on my
laps.
sheet. And we certainly want to move quickly for for the comfort of you folks in the stands as well. And here we go. Field starts to make its way out. Should look like this. Adam Whitaker gets the start in the catbird seat, front row on the pole. The St. Charles driver in car number 23, Dan Hassard out of Saginaw, was scheduled to be to his right, and looks like Bryson Hosner is sitting there as of right now, so wondering if problem on the 6X of Hassard is he's the final car coming out. We'll see if he'll jump to the front of the field or not. Nick Murdoch with a feature win in the 79, going to be in row number 2. That's where Bryson Hosner was scheduled to be. Well, it looks like Damian Waters is going to move up to the outside of that second row. Then it's Randy Moore in the 69. And Matt Elsey Sr. in car 36. Bobby Joe Jernigan in the 38. And Ray Powell in car number 6 make up row 4. Matt Elsey Jr. and Camille Lewis are in row number 5. In row 6, the 9 of Logan Charin and Oliver Kukar. Jason Stanfield in the 41 and Ira Hosner in the T1 make up row 7. Row 8, the 51 of Ryan Cords and Ira Hosner. In row number 9, the 70 of Jason McBride and Phoebe Hosner in the 55. And Clay Lusk and Corbin Kelly scheduled to make the tail end of the field. It looks like Hassard has opted for the rear of the field. And abruptly, that's how you stop Mountain Crew, abruptly, just like that. Hey folks, it is just about ready for features here tonight at Owasso Speedway. Again, we welcome you and thank you for coming out on this brisk afternoon and evening, as we had a great field in the pits. 73 cars, I believe, making the call here tonight, and we had 30 sport compacts here. We narrowed them down to the fast 20 as they get ready to come out of 4. How about we get up on our feet, we grab our cell phones, our hats, and we give them a big send-off here on this parade lap for your Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts.
All right, we have some fast cars out here for this one. 20 laps will be the distance.
No, I can't read. I thought it was, I gave them 5 more laps than they were gonna get.
Well, you can't read and I can't write, so we make a wonderful pair.
Here we go, we're racing feature time here in Owasso. And Bryson Hosner immediately goes back to where he finished last week by taking that lead, and we're watching him jostle around here mid-pack. Damian Waters in second, Elsey Sr. in third. Here comes that 6th of Ray Powell.
Powell was offered the Kimball Midwest Challenge to move to the back of the field. It was a $300 bonus at this point. Powell declined, so that rolls over to next week. It'll be a $400 bonus as Powell works to the inside of Matt Elsey Sr. for the 3rd spot. Things getting a little chippy there with that. Things getting a lot of chippy there. Wait, we're still. Oh,
got another car spinning. Cords in the 51 gets a touch of the concrete over there. He might have a left rear down on that 51. The left rear might be down, but they were getting chippy over there in turn number 4. That 6 tried to go down the inside lane, and they ended up running out of room in that line. And now the 6, you can see a little bit of smoke, might be just some tire, possibly some tire rub on that 6 machine, but so maybe some team racing there between the Elseys and our fast qualifier here today. Of course, our call always unofficial.
it may be the most unofficial.
So we'll see how this field will shake up here as we have our first caution of the main event. Bryson Hosner was at the point, Damian Waters second. At the caution, Ray Powell was in third, Elsey Sr. in fourth, and Elsey Jr. in fifth. Then Murdoch Jernigan, Randy Moore, Adam Whitaker, and Logan Charin, rather, in the 9.
Elsey Sr. has left the track. So 2 in, 18 to go here. Flory Crane Rental Sport Compact feature event.
So once they get the field single file, then they will give them the choose option as the safety vehicle coming out onto the track here. I got to imagine that the 51 may have gone to the pit for a tire change here, if that's not already.
Yeah, he looked to have a flat left rear. We do allow our drivers 3 laps under caution to make a tire change. In that instance, we count those 3 laps once they arrive at their pit stall. That's so we don't give them any incentive to speed in the pit area. Safety is our primary concern back there. So he'll have 3 laps from the time he arrives at his pit stall. So 2 in, 18 to go. Oliver Kukar makes a reappearance. I didn't even know that he left. So 86 will tag on to the back of the field. And sounds like 51's on his way as well. So both of those drivers will take to the tail of the field.
And our four-wheel by Owasso Speedway safety vehicle taking a peek around the top side.
And there's the 51 Orion Cords. He'll also rejoin the field at the tail as he left the track as well. So looks like we'll continue on just less the 36 of Matt Elsey Sr., if my counting is correct. Looks like the 55 of Phoebe Hosner not playing nice. The 70 is supposed to be in between her and the T1, and she has decided to not be the most cooperative in this situation. So
she's still fighting that, isn't she?
Well, she'll probably want to get that addressed before she gets asked to leave the track. There we go.
And it might not matter once they get to the option here.
Well, we got to let them choose in order. That's part of the fun of this. I believe we'll be choosing this next time.
Well, they don't choose. I'm going to choose for them.
Can't see any reason not to, right? So once again, 2 in, 18 to go. They're getting the instructions as Bryson Hosner, last week's feature winner, leads. Can't do anything with it until this one's done.
And there we go. Okay, Hosner obviously going to take the inside. Waters to the high side. Powell will also take the high side. Elsey Jr. to the low side. Murdoch and Jernigan will take the top side, while Moore and Whitaker go to the bottom lane. So this will stack up our field and should be ready to give them the one that goes signal here once the field firms back up. I think something might be more of a miss on that 51. Looks like it's crab walking a little bit.
And that's not a funky fresh dance move. That is some kind of suspension woe possibly. And speaking of suspension woes, looks like the 41 of Stanfield having some problems. Or, oh, did he run over the box? Is that, oh, he ran over the box at the restart, or the choose option. So he'll have to move to the back of the field. We ask him to go high or low, make their choice clear, and he was a little ambiguous in his decision making.
He went high-low.
Yeah, middle, not an option here. So he'll move to the back of the field. And we'll go 2 in, 18 to go. And I think this time, yeah,
there it is.
There's the white flag.
There it is.
All right, 1 lap to go.
All right. Safety vehicle, pace vehicle moves back into the pit area, and this field is left to its own accords here. as we get set to go back at this. They get to the M&K Truck Center restart zone, and we're 3-4 wide already, and we're crashing on the front straightaway.
Well,
That didn't get very far.
no, it did not.
And the little bit of a lag here I have, and it looks like, just looked like as they went down the front straightaway that possibly Ray Powell tried to go to that high side, and I don't think Damien knew he was there.
Yeah, and as we know, two objects cannot occupy the same mass or something like that.
So it sounds like possibly the single Kukar's dragging a little bit of the back bumper there. He'll probably have to stop, and or he'll have to go somewhere and get that addressed.
You know, I was feeling the same way this morning.
Yeah, yeah. It's been that kind of week.
So we will go back to the last completed lap for lineup purposes, I believe. So tough news for the 27. He'll have to give up the lead.
This has been the longest 2 laps.
Yeah, we got a 20-minute time limit. We're already close to halfway, just 2 laps into this one. So as mentioned, the 6 Ray Powell did tap out for that one, so he'll move to the back of the field, and he may be moving to the pit area.
I'll just wait to see if he's gonna have a tire issue or not. As looks like Damian Waters still being addressed over there against the wall. Tough break for the number 1 machine. It's been fast the past 3 weeks in that car. Done a good job keeping his own with the type of cars that have been here, at least tonight anyway.
So not only does the 69 have numbers taped on, they actually have a sponsor taped on the back of the car. I just noticed that.
You just noticed it?
Town and Country Auto Salvage. That's a lot of letters to do in tape. So I respect the respect the hustle there. Got to make sure you take care of your sponsors by any means necessary.
Well, finally, Kukar's back bumper fell off in turn 3. So now he won't need to stop.
Well, I love it when a problem takes care of itself. Or when I can dump my problems onto somebody else, as the 86 has now done for our safety crew. That bumper dragging was his problem, and now it just became our problem. Yeah, 41.
As we get ready to do the Owasso option at that caution, well, we're still at 2 laps of the 18 complete. Of course, these races are under a time limit, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. Bryson Hosner was your leader, as looks like Matt Elsey Jr. will take the top side. Murdoch will go low. Bobby Joe Jr. again will go top side, so that'll be your front 2 rows. Then Whitaker and Moore in row number 3. So see if we can get off the 2-lap schneid here.
Yeah, we got a long way to go and a short time to get there. 2 in, 18 to go. It'll be Hosner and Elsey now your front row. So safety crew will head down to the infield.
Looks like they should be coming down to the white flag here now that the field is bunched up. So a lot of this race left to go here for you. Car to watch will be that number 6 now at the tail end of the field. Your fast qualifier, tapped out, said, yeah, I caused that last one. He's going to have to come through the field, but he's got a lot of time to get there as long as they stay green. Here they come, back to the green flag, we're underway.
And Elsey puts the power down, moves to the front of the field. And Ray Powell's got to be thinking, boy, that Kimball Midwest money might have been a good idea. As a field jockeying for position there towards the middle of the pack off the turn 4.
Yeah, Matt Elsey Jr. just pulling away. Here comes Bobby Joe. She's on the top side for that second position on Hosner now. Good battle for the second spot.
And that's a team that has significantly stepped up their game this year,
boy,
Roger. After they were one of the kind of borderline between the B and the A cars last season, and now consistently not only at the front of the field, but one of the fastest cars out there as Bobby Joe moves up into the second spot.
Yeah, she was fast qualifying her last week. Top 5 qualifying effort today. And I think, you know, everybody can say they're underpowered when it's compared to that 27 and the 6 machine.
Yeah, Ray Powell right now putting on a show, already up to the 7th spot after restarting in the upper teens.
He looks to the inside of Charon over there in 3 and 4 while the front of the field kind of calmed down. A couple of team cars battling it out, Randy Moore and Nick Murdoch. They're battling for the 4th position. And yeah, there he is. Right there behind them is that 6 machine of Ray Powell.
And this is where things will get dicey for Powell as he has to work around the cars. Oh, we got a couple spinning over in turn 4. Looks like some hard, or excuse me, going towards turn 3. Looks like some hard contact made.
Maybe the,
I believe that might be
Phoebe Hosner?
That might be the, I think that's the T1 of Ira Hosner.
Okay.
And the 41 of Stanfield, I believe. Stanfield making the haul from Lorain, Ohio to be with us here tonight.
Plenty of hand signals going through the windshield there as probably discussing their plans for tomorrow afternoon.
Probably going to meet up at Applebee's, I would think.
I would think, yeah.
It is Mother's Day after all.
That's right. Yes, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there.
And the mom figures.
Yep. and grandmas and stepmoms and
We call them boneless moms in our house.
are you talking traditional or boneless?
So what happened was, and I know people love hearing about our personal lives on the internet. So
Well, they have to wait a few days. They can't instantly
yeah,
respond.
they'll hear it on Wednesday. No, we referred to my wife as my son's bonus mom, and he said, "What do you mean? She's not boneless." So now she's always just been called boneless mom.
Ah, well, now that makes a whole lot more sense.
It doesn't, but you know, from the mouths of babes.
Well, it looks like the T1's going to make its way back out. Didn't go in the pit, but came to a stop. So, would assume that would put them at the tail for stopping.
Yeah, they're closing in rapidly on that time limit. So they still have to choose and.
Yeah, he's got a bigger problem than that. There is.
Same.
It sounds like Ryan Cords may be restarting this race with a very, very long view of the front. So we managed to click off some laps. We've got a dozen left to go. And I thought that I had heard that the next lap the next flag would end this. We'll
Getting the thumbs up from race control.
Okay.
So we have met our time limit. Either they're going to go green, white checker the rest of the way, or they're going to pack her in early.
This is one of those classes that they hated going last. We get them at the front of the field, and we just can't seem to get some green flag laps in.
Well, you know, when you have some heavy hitters that come into town,
Very
like we've
true.
seen with Ray Powell and the LCs and some of the other West Side cars that have came over. Sometimes when things step up, things get tense, a little less give and take than what we ideally like to see. And, you know, sometimes in racing you just have a bad night. Or I guess in this case it's not really night yet. Evening, it's after 6, so it's evening. Sometimes you just have a bad evening. And, it's definitely no reflection on these drivers.
No, not at all.
Gosh, sometimes you just have one of those nights.
Yes, tonight it's the Sport Compact's turn. 2 weeks ago was the Street Stocks.
Yeah, sometimes things just happen when you have an Aurora Borealis.
That's why I always have Pepto-Bismol on hand. So we do the choose, and Bobby Joe Jernigan gonna start outside front row with Matt Elsey Jr. on the inside. Hosner in row number 2. Looks like Murdoch on the outside of that row as well. And still not out of it, Ray Powell outside row number 3 next to Randy Moore's number 69.
Nice. All right. Ray Powell is going to be the one to watch on this restart, I should say, Roger, as we head briskly towards the M&K Truck Center restart zone.
Maybe that's a problem, the wind.
Oh, it's cold.
Making these cars loose.
That could be. All right, coming off turn 4, green flag's out. We'll see how it plays out. 12 to go or next caution.
Bobby Joe hanging with Matt Elsey Jr. there for a little bit. Now she falls back about 2 or 3 car lengths as the front 4 now nose to tail. Powell trying to get in there, poked his nose underneath the Hosner for that 3rd spot.
And Hosner going to play some defense down the straightaway. They get a little chippy door-to-door action as Powell moves up into the 3rd spot. Now challenges Jernigan for 2nd. And you got to think he sure is kicking himself for not taking that Kimball Midwest Challenge, because obviously he could have came close as he runs in the 2nd spot, getting to try to run down your leader, Matthew Elsey Jr., as we reach the halfway point. 10 in, 10 to go.
Be interesting to see here now. The green flag has got to be Powell's friend. because he wants this to stay green. The next flag would end it. He doesn't want it to be a caution as he tries to track down your race leader. Right now, he's 1.7 seconds back.
Well, at the moment, he's not gaining time on LC. He was about 0.3 slower that last lap. And that time he got a 10th on him, but he's going to really have to step up his game if he wants to catch LC here in the closing laps of this race. As LC now beginning to close up on some lap traffic, running up on the back of the 55 of Phoebe Hosner.
And he's definitely going to catch the big pack of cars running at the tail end with Corbin Kelly, Kukar, and the and the caution flag is coming. We got a car in the wall. The 03 of Camille Lewis looks to be the car in the wall over there in turn number 4. Did not see what happened, but just the way that car is sitting there, it looks like it was hard contact. And it looks like, I think she's moving around there, waiting to see for sure. And she did put the window net down, so that's an encouraging sign there. But a very hard hit, and this one is going to end under caution with Matt Elsey Jr. picking up another win. A good weekend for him so far. Won last night at Kalamazoo, picks up the win here tonight at Owasso Speedway. Ray Powell second, Bobby Joe Jernigan will finish in third, Bryson Hosner fourth, and fifth will go to Randy Moore.
All right, well, it wasn't necessarily a pretty one, but we got to the end one way or the other as Matthew Elsey Jr. comes around to the front straightaway. All right, so Elsey comes to the front straightaway, and he'll have the joy and pleasure of speaking to our very own Roger Williams here in Victory Lane. All right, he's out of the car. There's your winner, Matthew Elsey Jr.
Time I get out here, he'll already have had his picture taken and counted his money. They're picking up the win in the feature event, going back-to-back, the win last night, and win here tonight as Matt Elsey Jr. car was on rails. You and that 6 were going to have a pretty good battle. Both of you were the class of the field tonight.
Yeah, you know, it's unfortunate he got to go to the tail. Obviously, he got up to second with that last yellow. We've been cool to run side-by-side with him for the past 7. Unfortunately, we hit that time limit. But overall, you know, good weekend, 2 wins yesterday and tonight. Pretty good.
How frustrating is it to want to get in the feature, obviously, start the feature, and then get stuck on lap 2 for about 20 minutes? It's got to be frustrating as a driver because you just can't get into a rhythm.
You know, at least it was early in the race. You know, I do get tired in there, you know, a little boredom, so wiggle the wheel a little bit to keep me entertained.
Well, this car won a lot of features last year and already a good start. How about thanking all your great sponsors?
We're going to start with Michiana Curb Appeal, Preferred Insurance, Napa City Auto Parts, Perks Auto, Quality Graphics, Success Sewing, and Raise Septic.
Well, congratulations on the feature win. How about for yeah, absolutely, Matt Elsey Jr. Got a couple of T-shirts to throw into the crowd. Let's see how good that arm is. Oh, right in the midway, make him run.
No biting.
Well, that one got away from you. How about it for Matt Elsey Jr., ladies and gentlemen, with the win?
And upcoming next will be our 20 laps for the MCR Dwarf Cars series, I believe. All right, according to the schedule, that is correct. Dwarf Cars are next.
And don't forget, we've got pizza on sale at the Pizza Shacks. We've got 2 of them now, one in turn 3 and one at the shed right by the restrooms. $2 a slice if you got a hankering for some pizza.
But they're not.
As we continue to expand our concessions.
They're not very close
here
to
in
the,
2024.
They're not very close to the restrooms. So, at least you have that going for you. Because you don't want your pizza next to your urinals. All right, so up next will be the MCR Dwarf Cars, and we have the 75-lap Owasso Showdown for the Vors Welding CRA Late Model Sportsman and our own M&K Truck Center Late Model Sportsman. Then we'll close things out with our street stocks sponsored by Gross Construction. And they'll be going, I believe, 25 laps. And that'll close things out for us here tonight. We've got a big weekend coming up, Owasso Speedway fans. Next Saturday night will be round 1 of the Owasso 500 Series. $10,000 to win for the Outlaw Super Late Models. $10,000 on the line. Race 1 of a 5-race series for the Reveal the Hammer Outlaw Super Late Models. Then Sunday, Sunday at 3 o'clock, we come back here to the Owasso Speedway for our first of 6 Destruction Overload nights here at the Speedway. And many of you have probably seen commercials on the TV in the area. It's going to be our double stackers, our school bus figure 8s, trailer races, push and pull races, all kinds of stuff that, quite frankly, you wouldn't believe right here on our brand new figure 8 course. So that is next weekend, a double header here at the Owasso Speedway. $10,000 to win. Outlaw Super Late Models on Saturday and destruction races on Sunday.
Well, hopefully we don't have destruction races on Saturday. That would be a very expensive night.
That for the Outlaw Super Late Models, yes. the latest rumor I've heard that there's around 40 cars being expected for that one.
Real well, that does. I guess that does not surprise me. After we at Nationals, what we had 49 or 50 show up
it was
for the
pretty
Bob
close
Finley
to
Memorial.
50.
And of course, that Bob Finley Memorial, a Wednesday show coming up in June.
Yeah, the
Again, want to thank the MCR Dwarf Cars and their series sponsors, Professional Steam Sterilizer and Consulting, Novation Water Systems, Jethro FM, Country with a Twist, Hoffman Motorsports Outlaw Chassis, and American Legion Post 179 out of Granville. As here they come. Looks like the 2002 champion, John Wiley, going to start pole on this feature event. Some of these a little difficult to read from the back straightaway here, so wait for them to come around the front stretch here.
boy, we really could use a hot air balloon to block that sun.
You know, that would be something. That would be something. Because if you can block the sun, you get all the power.
Is that 2 or 3 Simpsons
Rex
references?
is about 3 now. That's what I really thought Rex might do.
Block the sun.
Outside front row, the 2021 Rookie of the Year, Jody Johnson. Row number 2, Jamie Zarkis. last year's Rookie of the Year. That'll be inside row number 2, followed by the 07 Mike McMahon going to start outside of row 2. Row 3, Zach Nichols won his heat race in that 44. And the 1A, the 6-time champion Eric Hoffman. Parker Tetro in the 98, about midfield. The 34 belongs to Matt Bissell, the 2022 Rookie of the Year. The 2 car of Nicole Olmstead. That car was fast. She's starting deep in the field. Great field, 18 cars on hand for the MCR Dwarfs. The 11 belongs to Todd Johnson. The 76 to Ken Germain. Keith Barker the second in the number 52 car. Jennifer Aker in the 182. Craig Rudsick in the 28. They're deep in the field. Derek Noland in the 13. Some of the rookies back there. Dean Spangler, the 77. Probably the biggest, this has got to be the biggest field of MCR Dwarfs we've seen in a while.
It has been quite a while since we've had a field like this.
As we get you excited about feature time.
This might be one of the broken ones now that I started playing it. This might be one of the broken ones.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as this field gets ready to rock and roll, we give them one more lap to come on by. They'll get the white flag. Some of these drivers have traveled a long way to be here tonight. So how about we stand up, we give them a wave, we give them a hoot and a holler. It's your parade lap for the MCR Dwarf Cars. Show that Owasso appreciation. Don't blink, you might miss a lap or two. As quick as these drivers get around this 3/8 oval of Owasso Speedway. Is it a true 3/8, Chris?
Yes, it's a real 3/8 mile.
He's walked it, he should know. And now we get to do it fast for 20 laps. Here we go.
And we're already 4, 5, 6, 7, 13 wide through turns 1 and 2. Steve Schlater, junior man on the move, already up into position number 3, falls in line behind, I believe that is the 29 of John Wiley. Yes, it is, but Zach Nichols leads the opening lap.
Well, some of these drivers really flirting with that concrete there. That 92 of Steve Schlater there got the left sides in that concrete, but didn't advance his position. All this going on while Zach Nichols continues to pull away.
Well, they should know you can't flirt with concrete in this weather. It gets a little cold. Car spun over in turn number 4. Caution flag out.
I believe that would be Jennifer Aker out of Richmond. One of those drivers going after the Rookie of the Year for 2024 in the Zarkus Racing.
I believe that, what is it, the Umbrella Corp or whatever it is from Silent Hill on the side of there.
Safety officials will go over there and take a peek. Yeah, it is the 182 at a stop. I see the ribbon tied around the old oak tree or the back bumper. That is a 32 Ford sedan. Part of the Zarkus Racing stable. So guess we're on lap number 2. It didn't bode well for the last feature.
This feels familiar.
And just to kind of put it in perspective here, your leader, last lap speed, 84.21 miles an hour.
And that, I mean, these cars have just an insane power to weight ratio for how low and small they are. I mean, they just rip around this track. And this is one of the bigger tracks that they run on here at Owasso Speedway. So this is getting pretty close to max ability of what these cars can do.
And if you've ever thought about getting in racing, it's pretty cool. Full-size car, you can be competitive. You could, $1,000, $250 to $1,000 to race. That's what you would see for a normal, maybe a limited late or sprint car. These cars are very, very, very affordable. They can run for about $35 per race, and they use gas station fuel.
Me too. All right, so the MCR Dwarf Cars series normally utilizes the rules of the tracks that they race at. In this case, they will be using the Owasso option.
Matter of fact, the cost for these cars, half of what it takes to put a motor in a late model.
Wow, that is affordable.
A race-ready dwarf car.
All right, we're going to pick this time around.
Nichols obviously takes the inside. First car to go top side, John Wiley, who was running in the second position.
Yeah. Most of these drivers take that restart box pretty seriously.
And then, the rookies at the back. We're just going to stay back here and stay out of harm's way. I'm wondering if Sarkis got
It looked
popped.
like he cut it a little close to the box, so it wouldn't surprise me if he got dinged.
I wonder, I'm just thinking of the tracks where they run. I wonder if they're used to having an option.
That's a good question. But luckily we have so many lines and reflectors and other stuff painted all over the place and hung off of stuff that feel like it'd be fairly recognizable where to go. But then again, we're not the ones sitting in the cockpit.
Exactly,
so.
exactly. I think, especially the rookies, they got a lot going on in their mind right now.
Me too. That's a lie. It's
It's not a monkey clapping some
it
cymbals,
actually
is it?
no, it is, yeah.
White flag out, Chris. We're going to try this again.
I like the sound of that. All right. I feel like we've said this before quite a few times tonight, but 2 in, 18 to go here. MCR Dwarf Cars getting ready to set them loose. 18 more laps. Zach Nichols, John Wiley going to be that front row as they get up to speed in turns 3 and 4. And we're back underway. And Nichols gets a pretty solid restart with Steve Schlater Jr.
The one.
Oh, the one taking evasive action. I believe that's Eric Hoffman. You know, last year that would have been grass and he probably would have spun, but he kept her pointed the right way, and we stay green as we get another lap in the books. It's Nichols, Schlater, and Tatro, your top three.
Tetro doing a nice job running in that third spot. Haven't talked much about him. Oh, we got cars making contact. The 0-7.
Yeah, it looks like McMahon Man and Wiley,
yeah.
the 29 and 07 respectively, going around.
They just kind of touched wheels going into that corner, into 3 and 4.
And as you can see by looking at the cars, they are open wheel cars, which means there's not much protection around those wheels. If you come together like that, you're gonna have a bad time. Sometimes you pizza when you're supposed to French fry, and it's just not a good time.
Well, that was a word salad right there.
No, it was pizza and French fries, of which both of those foods are now available here at the Owasso Speedway, with 2 pizza shacks conveniently located in turn 4 and towards turn 1, and French fries available at our concession stand. And
you can get toppings on those fries, can't you?
you can. You could even get ketchup, no extra cost.
Huh.
Just sitting out there in a packet. For,
Wow.
For anyone, you
I could take some home?
Yeah, you don't even need to get food. You could just eat ketchup packets all night if you wanted.
Sweet.
I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. It's probably not good for you. At the very least, it's a sin.
Is it keto friendly?
I will have to check.
defer to someone of
Ketosis?
catsup education. You say catsup or ketchup?
No, there's number 4. We're getting Dean.
Oh, I
ketchup.
didn't even know that was a Simpsons reference.
We're getting in the deep waters here.
After 30 years, I don't think there's anything I could say that wouldn't be.
Well, it's literally my entire personality. So,
Nichols, your leader. Schlater was in second on the last completed lap. Tetro in the 98 and third. Troy Hoffman, 97, the 1A of Eric Hoffman, were in the top 5.
is that a law firm, Hoffman and Hoffman?
It sure is. Barker Jr. in 6th, Jody Johnson 7th, Bissell 8th, 9th is Olmstead, and Rudzik complete the top 10.
Barker Jr. sounds like something you would name a puppy dog.
Well, yeah. Chances are he's probably a lot bigger than us.
It's possible. I mean, I named my dog the Ghost of Brittany Murphy. So,
oh boy.
I mean, you can name.
That's a little dark.
You can name dogs literally anything. Like they just hear the name and they come running. Like it's wild. Dogs don't even know that their name's weird.
Well, we got 2 more laps in. We're at 4 in.
That's double the amount of laps we had last time, Roger.
Front 2 cars take the inside line, so Nichols and Schlater both take the inside. That puts Parker Tetro right on the outside front row in that 98. The 97 will follow suit on the outside, so that'll put Troy Hoffman outside row number 2. And it looks like Wiley, the one that's going to go to the tail end of the field from that last incident.
All right, as they come back to the line, they'll see the white flag. 1 lap to go.
Outside row number 3, the 6-time champion out of Wyoming, Eric Hoffman.
And with this race being live on Track TV via Racing America, I am sure there's a whole lot of drivers that would like to be feature winners in front of the pay-per-view audience. As we come through turns 3 and 4, green flag is out. Is it considered pay-per-view when it's a subscrition service?
Oh, no,
that is
right
not good.
field.
Oh, and he gets creamed by I believe it's the 28.
Yes, Greg Rudzik. Hard contact there, Chris. Wow.
Oh, yeah, we're going to stop him immediately. That was a hard hit.
Yeah, that was the 98 of Tatro that goes around. He was immediately put the window net down.
Looks like the 2 of Olmstead, 52 of Barker Jr. mixed up in that as well.
Yeah, Nicole Olmstead, who had a great heat race. I think she spun to avoid, and we bring everyone to a stop around the speedway.
Yeah, with a hit like that, you don't want to mess around having cars moving. Looks like
Tatro climbing out.
That's great to see. Wiley put the helmet on the top of the car. So very reassuring signs from the drivers involved.
Yeah, you don't see these cars hit that hard very often, but boy, yeah, it got out of shape. Did Tatro there on the back straightaway, and as it spun around, everyone trying to take evasive measures. Looks like Wiley might need the assistance of the north side towing wrecker. And he's climbing out of the car. He a little bit Gets out of the car a little gingerly. We'll look and see which, I gotta imagine that Tatro will go on the flat bed. Boy, you hate to see that. As we're still at 4 laps of the scheduled 20. done there on the back straightaway as we look to get back into the action here in the MCR Dwarf Series. Again, they'll be in action next weekend over at Berlin before heading down to South Bend for the extended holiday weekend. And they'll head north to the Whittemore Speedway. I'd imagine that's probably the farthest north that the MCR Dwarfs head. They tend to always make at least one trip to Whittemore.
And that is pretty north.
That's even north for me.
All right, so sounds like we're getting ready to get these cars fired up.
So should be no change here at your front two. Zach Nichols and Steve Schlater will still be your top two, and things get a little, will change a little bit here in third. As we'll see who's still left here. Looks like the 92, the 90, or looks like the 1A, so we lost one in here unless he's just out of line. But it looks like
Hey, you're
Eric
out of line.
Hoffman. Hey! Don't make me turn this track around.
Well, I mean, if you did, we wouldn't be looking into the sun.
Very true. Well, next year we might be. They might have us turned around.
Or giant hot air balloon. Just hear me out.
That is, yeah, that would be far-reaching.
Now, the used car market, not great right now. The used hot air balloon market on fire, not literally.
Good, sure.
Well, actually a little bit literally because you got to make the balloon
Yes.
go up. But
The only thing not inflated are the prices.
exactly. It is time to buy. Buy. I'm really trying to
really?
manifest this into
NSYNC?
yeah. Really trying to manifest this hot air balloon thing.
Well, the 52 at a stop. Keith Barker at a stop over there in turns 1 and 2. Well, I think this will probably at least relieve some of the stress that was going on at the back of the house as far as getting cars in the lineup area. Here is a couple of features.
Got plenty of time.
Certainly using up some clock, eating up some clock here.
All right, so 4 in, 16 to go. All right, we got the field rolling. For the most part, 52, I believe, is being assessed with caution, so he'll move to the tail of the field. All right, this time by, we will pick for the Owasso option. Upcoming next will be that Owasso Showdown we've talked so much about. Late model sportsman of the Champion Racing Association and our very own M&K Truck Center. Late model sportsman going head-to-head in a 75-lap shootout, metaphorically speaking.
Yes, I think the support divisions really just wanted to make sure that sun was down before we let 24 late model sportsmen loose.
I mean,
for their
honestly, it's
75 lap
really
feature.
considerate. These guys are just... if I were in charge of the CRA, and I'm not, but I'm sitting near them, I would send these guys some flowers, maybe a box of chocolates.
Well, as opposed to what you said last year about giving Scott Medlin a punch in the belly.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did. Wow.
That was the funniest line that stuck with me the whole offseason.
I forgot
Series
all about
director.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As opposed to.
My wife's shaking her head. That can only mean good things for me.
Hear that? Or she got dizzy again. She got the vapors.
We have a very comfortable couch.
As we get set to go back to the green flag, finally back to racing here in the MCR Dwarf Series. Nichols going to lead him down the back straightaway. Schlater still in the second spot. Hoffman moves up to third. That's the 1A of Eric Hoffman.
And it is 4 standouts in this series that are at the front of the field right now. Nichols, Schlater, Hoffman, and Hoffman. And then, of course, Mike McMahon Jr. in the 07 stalking that group as well. These are some of the very best in dwarf car racing right now as Hoffman tries to get around the 92.
Yeah, he took a look at the inside there on the front straightaway. He had nothing doing. He's just they're kind of settled down right now. Still just, I think, want to get to the halfway point here. Maybe kind of sizing up that 92 machine. Is the Hoffman car. That's the battle for second and third.
Now, if I were Steve Schlater Jr., and last I checked, I'm not, I would have a nice big thing on the back of my car that says, "See ya, Schlater."
As the seasoned announcer, we'll let that pass.
Just give it a second to breathe.
Let it ruminate there as Nichols about coming up to some lap traffic. Some of the rookies getting their laps in, staying out of harm's way.
We have reached the halfway point now, Roger. 10 in, 10 to go. As your leaders continue to work through lap traffic, it's Nichols, Schlater, and Hoffman, your top 3.
Troy Hoffman still in the 4th spot. Then it's still the 07 of McMahon back there in 5th. Then it's Jody Johnson, Keith Parker Jr., Jamie Zarkis, and Matt Bissell. 12 complete. Leaders getting into some more lap traffic over there into turn number 3. As your leader starting to inch away from the rest of the field. Masterful job of lap traffic. Zach Nichols getting through there while his competitors behind him catching that lap traffic at probably the worst time in the center of that corner, setting up a battle now for second as here comes Hoffman to the inside.
Ooh, and Schlater and Hoffman almost touch wheels heading off into turn number 1. Hoffman able to squeak by, and he'll move up into the second spot. He's got coming to 5 laps remaining now if he wants to catch your leader.
And Troy Hoffman has lost touch with him, lead 3 cars. He's by himself in 4th, about a half straightaway behind the 92 of Schlater.
Oh, caution on the speedway. Got a car facing the wrong way over in turn number 4.
Oh, he loves our M&K Truck Center restart zone.
Unfortunately, that is a no parking zone. So if he doesn't get his vehicle moved, he will be towed.
Yeah, that is a loading or unloading zone. And it looks like that car unloaded.
It sure did.
So that could change the complexion of this race with just 5 laps remaining. Still not sure who that is.
Well, I can tell you who it's not.
It could be possibly Dean Spangler. Just looking at the, it looks like it's one of the R&M Towing LLC machines sponsored cars over there. So I believe that is going to be Dean Spangler, driver out of Hunterstown, Indiana.
Don't know why I thought you were going to say Hungary there. But.
Well, I kind of had a pause there As if I couldn't believe what I was reading. As if the teleprompter went on a glitch.
I'm Ron Burgundy. Hey, look at that, a reference that wasn't to The Simpsons.
Very good.
I'm really branching out today.
You are. Still can't quite see the car number.
Turn.
There we go.
And I still can't read it.
Well, I got a good view of it here on Racing America and Track TV.
If you are watching on Track TV, Racing America, we do appreciate you tuning in. Wish you could be here, but
Yes.
understand you being home. It's a brisk night here at the Big O.
And it was Dean Spangler. And the double sevens. Well, I'm going to guess the 77 probably didn't have his receiver in as we were trying to direct the 77 to steer it to the left there so that we could get back underway here in this feature event.
All right, looks like we're going to pick this time as we come around. It's Zach Nichols, Eric Hoffman, Steve Schlater Jr. Your top three as they run: Troy Hoffman, Keith Barker, Mike McMahon Jr. So 15 in, 5 to go.
Front three, I'll take the inside line. So Troy Hoffman's going to pull to the outside front row alongside Nichols.
And Keith Barker gains a whole bunch of spots as well. He moves outside of row 2. So that's a handy bit of business there.
Well, yeah, considering he was considered the caution car, had to start at the tail of the field on that last restart. One to go next time. Well, I wonder if we'll get to see any more Aurora Boreali tonight.
At this time of year, at this time of day, located entirely in your kitchen.
Field bunches up, starts to gather steam as they work their way out of turn 4. To the green flag they come.
Steamed hams?
Yes, steamed hams.
It's an Albany expression.
Nichols, high side, here comes the 1A. Eric Hoffman trying to take that lead, couldn't do it down the back straightaway, door closes.
And Hoffman's going to get a run at it off into turn number 3. Nichols shuts the door as we come to 3 to go.
Well, smoke off the tires of that 44 as he came out of turn number 4.
Well, I know Nichols has lost a few heartbreakers here in the MCR Dwarf Car Series. Now 2 to go, but Hoffman inches even closer that last lap around.
Is he trying to set him up, Chris?
He gets a big run off into turn 3. Nichols able to keep him at bay as we come to the white flag. 1 lap to go. And for the final time into turns 1 and 2.
But out of harm's way there in turn 2.
Checkered flag is out. It's going to be a close one. Nichols is your winner. Zach Nichols takes the win. Eric Hoffman second. Steve Schlater Jr. in third. Keith Barker fourth. And Troy Hoffman will complete your top 5. So things got really close there. But that will be the victory for Nichols. I'm sure a very excited family will be joining him down in victory lane. And also joining him down in victory lane will be our very own Roger Williams to get a word with your winner.
Well, what a way to kick off the 30th anniversary of the MCR Dwarf Series season. Then picking up a win. And Zach Nichols out of Stockbridge, Michigan, climbs out of this machine. Had a good night. Zach Nichols climbing out. Little sigh of relief I just heard there as Zach takes the helmet off. Well, heck of a run for you. Car is fast. You had your hands full the last 5 laps.
Yeah, I knew Troy was right there behind me, and Eric's a BA in these things, and I knew he was right there too. But we struggled here a lot, and we fought and clawed on this thing, and my dad made it pretty fast there, so I'm glad we were able to get it done.
These cars look like they're a lot of fun to drive.
Oh, they're a hoot. I used to race the mini cups. Maybe you guys don't know, they're the little tiny little things, and those don't have much horsepower. They've got about like 15. So with 100 and something, with the power to rate ratio in these things, it's unbelievable.
Well, why don't you go ahead and thank everybody here for this first win of the season?
Yeah, I'd like to thank HMLA Chassis. That's the chassis of this car. Carney's Complete Auto Service, Corrigan Oil Company, Carney's Complete Auto Service, and ADS Excavating and Drain Clean. Also, I'd like to shout out Rex. He has made this place absolutely beautiful. It's a fantastic facility. Yeah, everyone give Rex a big round of applause.
Congratulations to you.
Yeah, oh, I'd like to add one more thing. My Uncle Kenny's watching on Racing America, and I'd like to shout him out.
All right, well, you got it. Kenny, I hope you're enjoying the show, but how about it for this kid, Zach Nichols, picking up the win in the MCR Dwarfs here this evening. Chris, I hear a rumble, and it's not from my stomach. It's coming from that pit chute. Time for the big main event.
That's right, Roger. The Vors Welding CRA late model Sportsman and our very own M&K Truck Center late model Sportsman. 24 strong here tonight. And they'll line up to go 75 laps. And this will be contested under CRA race procedures, which we'll explain as they come up. Oh, you guys are also making it up?
We make them up. Yeah, that's what everybody does.
Oh, I assumed so, but I didn't want to, I didn't want to assume. Well, no, not here. We're professionals here. But you traveling guys just do whatever you want. In all seriousness, we are very happy to have the CRA here with us tonight. They'll be in attendance 5 total times this year. We have a visit coming up in a couple weeks from the JEG CRA All-Stars Tour. I believe it is the 7th or 8th running of the Big O Classic 100. We'll also be hosting the Masters of the Pros 185 coming up later this summer, and we have them on Sunday of the Owasso Nationals. And, of course, the big one coming up in August, MIS weekend, we'll have the ASA Stars National Tour here. Big 200-lap race featuring some of the top late model drivers from across the country. And maybe even some surprises that we haven't told you about yet. So 75 laps will be the distance here. And it'll be just a couple moments while we get the cars gridded up and ready to go. All right, the field will be moving to the front stretch here momentarily.
And you can always keep up with all the goings-on with CRA, with Rich Heiser, and
You mean Zach?
yeah, the
I was like,
conglomerate of the two.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
I
basically
did
one
that.
person at this point.
I did that at the Marv banquet too. Zach Heiser, Rich France, with the CRA podcast that drops on Tuesday nights. Of course, they also do Horsepower Happenings, or I call it the Rich France Show.
It really feels more like the Zach Heiser show, if I had to be honest. Zach's a bit of a power talker.
Power talker. They let me co-host this last week, and they actually let me take over an interview.
Oh, wow.
And then Zach said I'm not working with him again, so he's not here tonight.
I was going to say, is that why I didn't listen? There's just so many.
I'm gonna get so much grief for saying Rich Heiser.
I mean, really, it's just being efficient.
I was really thinking Rich Miser, like Scrooge McDuck.
Oh. See, you said that. I started thinking of Heat Miser.
It's cold enough to think about that.
Christmas in May.
Beautiful field of late model Sportsman.
This is their largest field of the 2024 season. The first time the CRA Late Model Sportsman Series has been in the state of Michigan in over a decade. I believe last time was around 2011-ish over at the M40 Speedway. And they still got a couple more visits to go in the state of Michigan. I believe they have an event over at the Corrigan Oil Speedway. And the series kind of makes its haunts primarily in Indiana, Anderson Speedway, Winchester Speedway. And they take part in pretty much all the big race weekends at Winchester.
Yeah, they'll be at Corrigan Oil Speedway on Memorial Day weekend, Sunday, May 26th. Before heading out to a couple of shows.
It'll be the day after the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour is here.
Right.
So you can just have a whole weekend of CRA. And maybe you too could punch Scott Menlin in the gut.
Belly. No, it was belly.
Oh, well, what?
That's what made it.
All right, all yours.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to meet your starting lineup for the Owasso Sportsman Showdown. Unfortunately, not answering the calls, Caston Everidge in the 63 out of Stroh, Indiana. So we will start off out of Clinton Township, Michigan, the Metro Air Compressors, Elite Motor Sales, Amber Manufacturing Chevrolet. Give it up for the 04 of Chris Brunette. Starting 22nd on the field out of Swanton, Ohio, the Lead Shed CDR Racing Ford, number 1 of Julie Tulich. Starting in the 21st position out of Richmond, Indiana, the Hager Auto and Truck Service Hawkins Speed Shop Ford, number 3, Kent Carson. And next in line, starting 20th from Bridgeport, Michigan, the Backwoods Bar and Grill, Cuthbertson Freezer Beef Chevrolet, number 21, Zach Johnson. Starting 19th, calls Linden, Michigan home, the Red Line Synthetic Oil, Dr. Dan Ferguson, KW First Realty, Fenton Winery, number 36, Cole Marr. In the number 09 out of Fisherville, Kentucky, the Diesel Boys, GNR, Bare Metal Chevrolet. This is Logan Huckabee. And another one of our long-distance travelers calls Owensboro, Kentucky home. The 09 Motorsports Fastlane Custom Karts All-Star Performance Chevrolet. And the number 33 is Glenn Neal. Outside of the next row, from Warren, Michigan, the Class Act Complete Lawn Care Chevrolet, car number 11, Rich Mahalik. And the number 24 out of Champion, Ohio, the Champion Med Express, Brat Towing, Jerry Schaefer Racing Chevrolet, number 24, Preston Cope. And outside of the next row from South Lyon, Michigan, the Varsity Automotive Group, Varsity Ford, Varsity Lincoln, Sunny Media Ford. Number 22 is Clarity Patton. And our lone driver crossing the border to be with us tonight out of Goulet River, Ontario, the Mr. Suds Auto Glass Dent Shop, Laird Raceway, number 90 Chevrolet. This is Jay Palumbo. In the M&M Lawn Care, Mr. Asphalt Chevrolet, our 2023 Rookie of the Year. Give it up for Matt Hogan. From Sylvania, Ohio, the Demilin Concrete and Epoxy Fast Lane Auto Care Alterna Nice Plumbing Chevrolet, number 47. This is Greg Stillwell Jr. Our next driver on the Speedway, your defending track champion and fast qualifier here tonight in the Extreme Indoor Kart Racing Stearns M15 Garage Finish Line Seamless Gutter Toyota. The number 1 is John Beach. Inside of that row calls Middleville, Michigan home, multi-time track champion over at the Kalamazoo Speedway, the Canterbury Construction, RM Motorsports, Duco Performance Chevrolet. Give it up for number 46, Buddy Head. From Auburn, Indiana, the Van Dorn Racing Development, McGonigal Engine Performance, number 41, former champion of the ASA CRA Super Series. In the number 41, this is Hunter Jack. Inside of him from Kendallville, Indiana, the Shepherd's Family Auto Group, Current Mechanical, Van Dorn Racing Development, number 50. This is Brandon Barkis. Outside of the next row from Auburn, Indiana, the Color Master Inc., Van Dorn Racing Development, Napa M&S Auto Parts, number 41. This is Tanner Jack. Inside of that row from Birch Run, Michigan, two-time champion of the Jag CRA All-Stars Tour in the Mr. Asphalt Chevrolet, car number 12, Dan Leake. Next up from Enon, Ohio, the Stacy's Flooring, Duncan Oil, number 6 Ford. Welcome Zach Stacy. Inside of that row from Hastings, Michigan, in the Miller Real Estate, RB Excavating, Hegelman's American Muscle, number 8. Welcome Race Bible. And your front row starters, first on the outside, from Chelsea, Michigan, the Munson Builders, Finish Line Seamless Gutters, M57 Towing Chevrolet, car number 3, Chris Munson. And starting on the pole, calls Romulus, Michigan home, Hoppers Heavy Haulers, Corrigan Race Fuels, Captain Nemo's, number 71, Douglas Littagott. Race fans, that is your field for the Owasso Showdown. 75 laps. The M&K Truck Center Late Model Sportsman going head-to-head with the Vors Welding CRA Late Model Sportsman. All right, race fans, we need to get these drivers started. On the count of 3, need you to work with me on this one. You know the words. 3, 2, 1, drivers. All right, Roger, this is a stellar field of late model sportsmen, the biggest field all season that CRA has seen for these guys. Our locals converging against their travelers here on the home front of the Owasso Speedway. 75 laps is the distance. They have a long race. Our drivers used to 40-lap affairs, where these longer distance races may play into the hands of the CRA travelers a little bit more.
Yeah, and a chance for a first-time winner this season, as the Shady Bowl winner Josh Smith and the Anderson winner Jeff Markham not in attendance, so someone can really get that season kicked off with a win here to be their first win of the 2024 season. 23 strong. This is a great field.
And what an aggressive start to their season. Shady Bowl and Anderson right off the bat. Those are two tough tracks Anderson, probably one of the most physical short tracks in the country, home of the Little 500, and Shady Bowl is weird.
I have never been.
Allegedly, it's shaped kind of like a Pringle.
Okay, all right.
Like you defy the plane of existence when you're at Shady Bowl Speedway. Dan Leake stopped over on the back straightaway as we worked to get the field up to speed.
Wondering if maybe he just needed to tighten those belts up, and now he's waiting for the field to come around. Looks like that may be the case here as he starts to roll under his own power.
He may have had an eye booger.
Those are important to address early.
Yeah, you don't want to be 50 laps into a 75 lap race and think, oh man, do I have gunk in my eye? That's awful. What's not awful is our friends at home on Racing America Track TV tuning in to be with us here tonight. We appreciate all of you guys tuning in, and of course, if you're watching our YouTube stream on Wednesday in the future, welcome. Please send me the lottery numbers.
Yeah, they're not really. We're not really looking into the future. We just want to really dispel that myth for you, break down that barrier.
Gonna try. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
That's right. If you wonder what that beeping noise is in the background there, that's every time a car comes across the timing loop. That's the little beep that you hear in the background.
I thought it was your heart monitor.
It's getting up there now, isn't it?
It's the big one,
It's
Elizabeth.
the long beep that you don't want.
All right, race fans, this time around, we want to see each and every single one of you get up on your feet. The CRA late model Sportsmen are coming to town.
Oh, a beautiful sight around this 3/8 oval here at Owasso Speedway, located in the heart of Michigan.
Is
Great.
that what the beeping is, the heartbeat
There
of
you go.
Michigan?
Well, thank you for tying that all together as the white flag comes out. We are going to get ready to battle for 75 laps.
This is the most anxious moment all of these drivers will go through all day. The belts are as tight as can be. Their breath is held. They have the wheel in hand. They're watching all the cars around them as they head off towards that line over in turn number 4. It's going to be in the hands of our very own Nate Rowe as we roll through turns 3 and 4. Green flag is out, and we are underway.
Munson jumps out to the early advantage, almost some contact there. Littlegot trying to hold on to that top spot, but he'll fall into second. Those two now nose to tail. The battle is for the third spot. Race Bible on the inside line, but here comes car number 6. Bible again trying to take that spot away. As Zach Stacy falls back another position. Tanner Jack in the orange, number 41, trying to come through. He's got Hunter right behind him. They're 3 wide. John Beach tries to make it 3 wide.
Well, John Beach, not notorious for his patience. He is a driver that is a hard charger as the 04 Chris Brunette pulls off over in turn number 2.
And he's not going to get off the track here. He's going to be stuck on the top of turn number 2.
Oh,
Finally
he's
gets
rolling.
it rolling, so no harm, no foul here as we continue green flag.
And Chris Munson in that 3 car hanging on here in the early running.
Problems for Leak in car number 12. He's pulled to the infield, looked like some steam. Hey, it was coming out from the hood of that machine, so
Well,
problems on the number 12.
He seemed to have some issues during the initial warm-up laps, and looks like, unfortunately, it has not abated as he pulls to the infield, ending his night with 6 laps in.
Boy, Chris Munson got a good pull out of turn number 2, was able to pick up a couple of car lengths over Littlegot, still sitting in that second spot. There's Bible in third. Then it is the Jacks. It's Hunter and Tanner running in the 4th and 5th positions, then John Beach and Brandon Marcus. Everyone goes around Julie Coolidge, who stays up on that high side.
And right now, this is where you're seeing the experience that a lot of these drivers have in these long-distance races beginning to play out. You have drivers that don't typically run those races right at the front of the field, with Munson, Littlegot, and Bible. And from Tanner, Jack on back, where they're not really pushing the issue too hard. Those are drivers that have plenty of experience in these types of races.
Yeah, try to save that equipment for the final 10 laps as we've just completed 10:65 more to go. And it won't be long here, Chris, before we catch the back end of the field. And there's a number, about 5 or 6 cars here that are going to be in this. Is really going to change the complexion. Is now we have the Jacks battling each other now.
Well, nobody gives you a harder time than your own brother. But that has now opened the door for John Beach to get to the inside of Hunter Jack. And he'll follow Tanner Jack past the 8 of Race Bible.
That Bible's going to go from the 3rd spot to just falling outside the top 5.
Well, unfortunately, his work is not on the 50 of Brandon Marcus. Goes to work, and lurking right behind Marcus is Buddy Head in the 46.
Yeah, Buddy Head, he gobbled up a lot of real estate. He was kind of running all by himself back there, about 10 car lengths behind that number 50 machine of Marcus. He's now caught that lead group. Here we go, Chris. It's going to get interesting here as Munson about to catch the back end of the field. He's got the 21 of Zach Johnson in his sights, and they've got about 5 cars they're going to have to work their way around.
And these are drivers, as we mentioned, that don't have a lot of experience at the front of the field in these types of events. So they may be treading carefully against some of this lap traffic, Roger. That could allow Tanner Jack sitting there in 3rd to close the gap significantly. But now right behind them, John Beach and Hunter Jack are duking it out over position, trying to settle up who will be 4th place.
Well, so far, the lap traffic minding its P's and Q's, staying out of the racing lane, running on that high side. As Munson now to the back bumper of Cole Marr. Marr goes up the track, allows the 3 to have the inside line, and he'll make the pass. Mahalik, the next one to go a lap down. Munson pulls to the inside. And Munson's going to have a little bit of clean air here for a bit.
Yeah, he caught the 11 car at just the perfect amount of time to get past him and get just a little bit of breathing room. Allow him to settle in for just a moment, get his bearings back about him as we continue to march forward, closing in on 20 laps in the books, Roger. That'll put us at 55 to go.
Tanner Jack and the 1 of John Beach in a bit of a tussle that last lap. I remember they got into it pretty hard in the feature last week, so no love lost between those 2 brothers and the 1 of John Beach. And Beach got shuffled outside the up back to the 5th position as Tanner, or rather Hunter, had made his way by, really muscled his way by in the inside.
Well, I think aggression is kind of a family tradition with the Jack boys and their father, Brent. Always elbows up type of drivers, and John Beach is just the same way. And sometimes when you get those drivers that aren't afraid to get physical right next to each other, they'll butt heads. And that's been about 2 weeks ongoing between Beach and the Jack brothers.
Clean air in front of your race leader. Munson's led from the drop of the green flag. Next car that could go a lap down will be the 24 machine of Preston Cole. That's about a quarter of the straightaway in front of your race leader.
Battle for second now as Tanner Jack gets underneath the 71, and Douglas Littlegot looks to bring his brother Hunter with him. As Littlegot in the 71 hung out to dry in that outside groove, he'll now fall outside of the podium position.
We'll saw there that Tanner Jack got that back end a little sideways coming out of turn number 4. You got to wonder how much that will affect the tires by the time they get to lap number 70, and whether or not they're still going to run strong, although it is with the colder temperatures, I got to imagine those tires may last a little longer than they would be if this was an 85-degree day.
1/3 distance in the books, 25 down, 50 to go.
Front of the field still settled down. Although smoke now coming out the back of the 24 machine, that might be a tire rub. That lap car of Preston Cope, your leaders went by.
It looks like he might have a problem. The 24 well off the pace.
And indeed, looks like we will lose that car as your leaders now have cleared a lot of that lap traffic. Glenn Neal, the Kentucky driver, going a lap down.
Well, Tanner and Hunter Jack running in second and third respectively right now continue to chip away at the advantage Chris Munson had over them. It was 7/10 down to 5/10, and now as they cross the line, we're looking at just a scant 3/10 of a second advantage Munson has over the Jack boys, and he leaves a little bit of an opening. Tanner Jack, I can guarantee you will have a nose there in just a moment's notice.
He'll have to be careful not to get those left side tires on the concrete. There is a little bit of a rumble strip there between the bottom groove and that concrete that can really upset the car. But right now, they're just running nose to tail. Laps continue to click off here in the early going of this feature event.
And if you'll notice, the one car of John Beach has now caught up to your top three. Beach is essentially a team car to that 3 car of Chris Munson. So now we have the 2 Jack boys. Oh, Tanner Jack gets to the back of Munson, gets him loose. That allows Hunter Jack to swing to the outside, give the lead to Hunter Jack in the blue number 41.
Wow, things change in a hurry here, as Hunter Jack now will take his turn at the front and possibly lead his second lap of the event. Tanner looks to the high side of Munson, can't get it done. More lap traffic going to play havoc here shortly.
Well, now Munson has the 41 and Tanner Jack caught up on the outside, and they may even have a lapped car to use as a little bit of a pick. No, looks like the lapped car will go wide, but Munson has opened the door for Beach to now get to the inside of Tanner Jack, but Beach now boxed in behind Munson underneath Tanner Jack, which is exactly what Hunter Jack in the blue number 41 needs.
Yeah, they lean on each other coming out of turn number 4. Caution on the speedway, got a car spun in turn number 2.
Looks like Rich Mahalik in the 11 facing the wrong way over in turn 2, Roger. A pretty good run of laps there.
Yeah, 40 laps complete. Yeah, things were starting to get real interesting at the front of the field. Like we had mentioned earlier, the Jacks and Beach, you know, they were fighting hard last week, and we're seeing signs of that again here in this big payday event for $3,000 on the line for these drivers. And they're either going to see God or the checkered flag, I think, at the end of this one.
So it looks like 41 laps remaining here in this one. Hunter Jack leads in the blue number 41. Chris Munson will be second in the 3. Tanner Jack in the orange number 41 third. John Beach in the 1/4. Brandon Barkus in the 50. Rounds out your top 5.
Thank you, Chris. I'm looking at the scoreboard up there. That is a 9. That light does make it, from my angle, look like a 5 there. So yes, 21. Yeah.
41.
Thank you.
There we go.
Math is hard.
Numbers are hard, yeah. So a pretty exciting early portion of this inaugural visit from DeVore's Welding CRA late model Sportsman here at the Owasso Speedway.
Drivers doing a nice job getting themselves in line where they need to be. Caution laps do not count.
And as mentioned, Roger, this is the first of 5 visits CRA will have at the Big O this season. 3 for the JEG CRA All-Stars Tour, and 1 for the ASA Stars National Tour. So we'll be very familiar with a lot of these drivers and teams as the season goes on, because some of them do pull double, triple duty amongst the different CRA-related series.
Now these drivers on a smaller tire than they are in the Super Series, only an 8-inch tire allowed.
They also have a built versus crate engine option. If you run factory or rebuilt crate engine, I believe you get a weight break compared to the built motors, which are a little less restricted, a little able to be massaged, if you will. So the weight break balances them out. And really, as far as rules go, somewhat negligible differences between our own late model Sportsman and the CRA late model Sportsman. However, in the interest of fairness, we did have drivers declare which rule book they were going to be racing towards. All drivers will collect CRA points for tonight, but only drivers adhering to the Owasso rules format will receive Owasso Speedway points tonight. And, which could have big implications on how our championship plays off, John Beach in the one car actually decided to take on the CRA rules package. So he will not be receiving Owasso Speedway points, but he wants to be on a level playing field with some of the bigger teams in the CRA late model Sportsman division. 41 laps remain here as field doubles up.
Yeah, there were no surprises there at the choose. Hunter Jack took the inside, so Munson, the second place car, took the outside. Tanner Jack inside row number 2 with Beach to his right. Then Barkus, and there's Buddy Head right there outside row number 3. Litigat and Race Bible back there in row number 4 as we get set to go the M&K Truck Center restart zone. To the green flag they come.
Clean and green through 1 and 2 as Tanner Jack immediately goes to the inside of Chris Munson. Look at Buddy Head on the outside.
Race Bible with a problem.
Oh, problem with the 8 car. He stopped over in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, he was running in the top 6. And he pulled right up to the top and shut her down. So something to miss for the young man in car number 8. That Miller Real Estate, RV Excavating, Hegelman's American Muscle Chevrolet of Race Bible at a stop.
And that's the epitome of a small family team. Race and his dad Rusty working on those cars. They were able to pick up a championship in the street stock division a few years back at the Springport Mid-Michigan Speedway. And a couple years later, Race is still only 16. He's about 9 feet tall, but
and it looks like he'll at least get a push assist. I don't see any fluids dripping down the track, so I wonder if maybe the motor did get hot and he just shut her down. Although we'll wait and see, I guess. Now they're calling for the wrecker, so maybe something more detrimental on that 8 machine. As safety officials take a look at the front end of that car.
well, the hood is coming off, which I assume means there's an issue with the front end. So we did manage to get one more lap in now. 40 laps remaining.
And not a whole lot of change in that top 5 other than the fact that Buddy Head was able to get by Barkus there on the high side to pick up that 5th position.
Yeah, Buddy Head just came out of nowhere, it seems like. Just drove that car to the outside and was able to run past a couple drivers in that number 46 machine. It kind of looks like an optical illusion with the checkered pattern on it, but
yeah, as I said to you off air, I would not want to be the driver behind that 46 for a number of laps because I think I would be either mesmerized or get seasick, one of the two.
Possibly both.
But last week he was definitely the class of the field. He was about 0.2 of a second quicker than the rest of the late model sportsmen, and certainly a favorite to win here tonight. Competition and traffic a little more than last week. Although we had 18 last week that came out and played. So
Yeah, thus far, this is one of the largest late model Sportsman field we've had here at the Owasso Speedway since this division kind of came to be at the start of last year. And 24 strong is a amazing field. But with that many cars on the track, sometimes you do have a little bit of attrition to fight through.
And for as iffy as the weather was today, to have 24, I mean, most all the field was here before noon or before 1 o'clock, and we were still fighting weather issues at that point in time. Weren't able to get cars on the track till what, about 2:30, 3 o'clock?
Yeah, it was after 3 o'clock, and everyone from staff and drivers all rolled with the punches today. Everyone was really flexible and working with the schedule, so it's a team effort here between the series and the tracks and the drivers and the divisions, and really coordinating a lot of moving parts here to make this show even remotely possible. And of course, we have just the sheer will and determination of our leadership here at the Owasso Speedway. Mother Nature tries hard, but we try harder.
Yes, we have the technology. We have the blowers out on the track, and we've got more blowers on the way from what I hear. So, it's not going to be one of those cases where, it rained at 11, we're canceling. No. If we got a shot at putting a race on, Rex going to make sure that happens.
And that has been the case. We are clear of a year straight of before we've had to have a weather cancellation.
Yeah, opening night last season was the only night that we had missed, as we have the option going on right now. Everyone choosing the opposite lane, with the exception of some cars outside the top 5.
Well, with a track like this, unfortunately, I think we all can pretty much come to terms with the second groove in Owasso hasn't quite woken up yet since the repave. So this is a chance where you weigh risk versus reward.
Right.
You can gain the track position choosing the outside line, but then it is a dogfight as soon as the green flag drops to try to get to the bottom and fall back in line. Some drivers have said you can make the outside work for a few laps, but it is tough to make it work consistently throughout a race like we've seen in years past. So that makes that Owasso option, which was an intriguing option before, makes it really a chance for a driver running towards maybe the back of the top 10 to make huge gains. As the pace truck pulls off, it's Hunter Jack and Chris Munson on that front row. They'll lead him into turn 3 and off turn 4 where, whoa, a little bit of shuffling going on in the back of the field.
A little accordion action about Clarity patting on back. There was a little bouncing around. And the Kentucky driver in that 33, Glenn Neal, running top 5 in the Vors Welding CRA Late Model Sportsman Division point standings. The one that ends up in the infield. So a little jumping around there. Back end of the field pays the price for it.
I believe this will fall under what CRA would refer to as a quickie yellow. So I don't believe we're going to choose again.
I see the one to go signal already up in the air. So yes, you are right, Chris, as you always are, despite what your wife says.
Yeah. Did you hear him?
Field bunches up, getting ready to go as they approach the M&K Truck Center restart zone over in turn number 4. Ooh, they get in danger of doing the same thing again. Here they come.
Munson with a pretty good restart there. He had Jack in check down the front straightaway, but Hunter Jack able to pull some muscle out. That leaves the door open on the inside. Tanner Jack takes Munson wide. They lean on each other a little bit out of 4. That also opens the door for the 46 of Buddy Head up into the top 5 positions now. Leaves John Beach hanging out in that 1 car on the outside line.
Boy, do you want to show what you have now or not? We're at the halfway point this time by. Hunter Jack trying to pull away from the field. Munson in second. Beach now up to third. He clears Tanner Jack in the 41, and then they touch. Tanner Jack gets a piece of the back bumper of that $ car. Also allows Buddy Head now to dive to the inside. That's a battle for the 4th spot.
John Beach up into the 3rd spot by sheer force of will as he now follows his teammate Chris Munson. Hunter Jack well out in front.
Oh, Buddy Head and Tanner Jack leaning on each other. We got a problem over in turns 3 and 4.
Looks like maybe a couple problems. Cole Marr facing the wrong way. And looks like Julie Tulich and Zach Johnson kind of limping away from the incident.
Well, these top 4 cars, top 5 cars, not afraid to put some tire marks on the door panels of their competitors. As Hunter Jack, your race leader, Munson in second, Beach third, Tanner Jack 4th, and Buddy Head in the 5th spot.
46 in front of
Then Barkus, Litigat, and Stillwell.
Well, Roger, the first portion of this race definitely seemed a lot friendlier than this most recent stretch. We did get a few more laps in, 36 laps to go here in the Owasso Showdown.
And yeah, drivers are starting to see $ in their eyes, and I'm not talking about the one on the side of John Beach's car.
Exactly. And you got a lot of drivers at the front of this field that give no quarter.
No,
They
you're
give
right.
no quarter when it's 75 laps to go. So obviously inside of 40 to go, closing in on 30 to go, things are not going to be rainbows and handshakes. It's going to be fisticuffs here.
Rainbows and handshakes. That is an interesting, putting that's like pickles and peanut butter.
It just goes together.
Just fixing a couple of spots throughout the field here. Should not be long before we have the option. Again, don't expect that there'll be too much of a surprise inside the top 5 as far as inside or outside lanes. Would expect that Hunter will take the inside and Munson will go to the outside, but you know, we'll wait and see here as well. See what I know? Munson took the inside. So your second place car goes to the inside line, Chris. That allows John Beach to pull up alongside Hunter Jack. That front row.
That may be the most un-Chris Munson thing Chris Munson has ever done.
That allows Buddy Head to move up outside of row number 2. Row 3, Tanner Jack and Brandon Barkus. 1 to go before we can go fast.
Well, as the great philosopher Randall Savage once said, the cream rises to the top. And in this case, it has some of the fastest cars in this field all running right there in the top handful of rows. And we got 36 laps to settle it out. Jack and Beach on your front row. Green flag is out. We're back underway.
Now Beach tried to get to turn 1 quicker than Jack. Didn't happen. Buddy Head takes 3rd place to himself. Beach now with about a half a car length out in front, but here comes Jack back to the inside.
And you have Buddy Head in the 46 lurking in the 3rd position, licking his chops, waiting for these two to get together, and he can capitalize as Beach goes for the crossover, moves to the inside. Buddy Head says, "Thank you very much. I'll try that outside, sir."
Awfully tight as they race for that 2nd spot. Buddy Head top side, John Beach inside, all trying to take down Hunter Jack, leading this field. Munson falls back to 4th, Barkus up to 5th. Now the front 5 calm down just a touch. They're all nose to tail, as now Buddy Head has left John Beach behind. He's chasing down the blue 41 of Hunter Jack.
Well, Buddy Head already has one feature win out here this season, Roger.
Oh, turn number 2, big time collision.
Oh, they're all kinds of stacked up. Looks like Matt Hogan, Cole Marr, Zach Johnson. Believe that is the 09. Yep.
Yes. He about drove over the left front of Hogan's car. As you can see it there, it looked like Hogan may have gotten a little bit out of shape, pulled that nose to the inside unofficially, and caught that 09 machine of Logan Huckabee and almost got up on its side when that all took place. Great shot, great job by the camera crew to get that battle and get that incident there. I see Hogan is moving around in the car.
Yeah, we'll put the red flag out here, get everyone stopped on the front stretch to give our safety crew some room.
Yeah, there's a lot of parts and pieces over there in turn number 2. It gives everyone a chance to kind of calm down and collect their thoughts a little bit and think about some strategy.
The 3 Van Dorn Racing Development buddies there. Beach, Munson, and Barkus all maybe strategizing.
Zach Johnson going to pull away. Not sure if he had gotten a piece of it. Just came to rest prior to it. Looks like there's a little bit of damage on the left front of that 21 machine as he's going to tag onto the tail of the field. Boy, Rich Mahalik getting a piece of another one. He has had a rough night in that 11 car.
Yeah, this is Rich's first outing this season, and
it'll be his first week working on a race car to fix her up, huh?
Yeah, he's got some work to do on that car. You can see parts of the body hanging off, dragging.
And a big thanks to our Northside Towing Service out here volunteering and helping us out here. They'll back up the business end of that wrecker to Hogan's number 12.
And get well wishes out to one of the proprietors of Northside Towing, Jeff Finley. Had a freak incident watching his son Chad race at a dirt track, took a rock to the eye, ended up getting transported to University of Michigan Medical Center, and Jeff was back liking all of the Owasso Speedway Facebook statuses just a couple days later. Had a phone call about the race for his father coming up in June, and he had to delay the phone call to get his eye drained, which is a sentence that I want to share with everybody because I always thought Jeff Finley was one of the toughest during his driving days, but to come back from that and just basically shake it off is just a testament to how tough Jeff really is.
Sure, and family,
And we thank him and the rest of his family as well for allowing us the use of the Northside Towing tow trucks on Saturday nights. You almost have to stop Jeff from giving you trucks to use. He's just like, hey, use my tow truck. Hey, use my flatbed.
Biggest proponent of racing in the Midwest. Michigan Motorsports Hall of Fame family.
Yeah, multi-generations in the Hall of Fame. And well-deserved. Jeff and Doug, both champions out here over the years. So safety crew, we threw the red flag out so the safety crew could get things cleaned up over there in turn 2. While the track was mostly blocked, we obviously want to keep our safety crew in as safe a space as possible.
Yeah, they've been busy tonight. You know, it's just, you know, you're glad they're there, and you hope you don't have to use them much. But tonight's been one of those nights we've running them good. But at least it's a cold night with the fire suits and all that. They're probably a lot more comfortable out there than they would be again if this was a 90-degree humid day.
Oh,
that field.
You better look out, Roger. I think you're in trouble.
I'm always in trouble, so that's why I just never turn. I never turn around. So again, after this race, we'll have our winner pull the 50-50 ticket tonight. So we'll do our 50-50 drawing and with the winner of this showdown on the front straightaway. So a big thanks to the LC Lions Club for coming out. And actually, this crowd really filled in for what we were, what it looked like about 5:30.
Well, I mean, with the weather and everything,
Sure.
You wouldn't blame anybody for
No.
trying to stay in the warmth. But maybe they just couldn't wait till Wednesday for the free stream on YouTube.
Would you be able to wait? I certainly wouldn't.
No,
be
that's
able
why
to.
I'm here.
You go home, crank up the television on Wednesday, and turn the volume down.
Well, thanks to our amazing social media presence, you'd have to completely stay off the internet for like 3 or 4 days. Clarity Patton.
Yeah.
Still sitting on the front stretch. Sometimes when those cars run hot for so many laps and you park them and shut them off, sometimes they just don't want to get going again. So hopefully we're able to give her a little bump and she's able to get rolling again.
Yeah, one of the few Fords in this field, just
there she
4
goes.
Fords. 4 Fords, 19 Chevys, and 1 lone Toyota, which is the John Beach machine.
And speaking of amazing social media presence, Clarity Patton is really one of those drivers that's next level with her work on social media. Even today, waiting in line at the concession stand, I can hear her talking about billing policies and all these things. She's just so deep into the metaverse, making her presence known in the short track world, and has really been branching out the last couple seasons and has done a great job this season here at the Owasso Speedway, kind of setting up shop here. And a pretty solid run today. I believe it was a top 10, top 15 qualifying effort.
Yeah, she did have a strong effort here tonight for that young lady from South Lyon, Michigan.
And I mean, any driver that cuts their teeth down at Flat Rock in Toledo,
Right. Yes.
man or woman does not matter. They are tougher than a lot of people because those are 2 tracks where you don't get to mess around very much.
No, it's like you're racing in a soup bowl. Choose rule, choose option going on, and just interesting. Buddy Head finds himself in the front row next to Hunter Jacks 41. So, it's starting to become shades of last Saturday night here at Owasso Speedway.
All the same players, just a different song.
Everyone gets to double file formation. Again, Hunter Jack and Buddy Head, your front row. Munson and Beach, row number 2. Tanner Jack, Brandon Barkus in row number 3.
We are past the halfway point, 32 laps remaining.
Littagott and Zach Stacy in row number 4 as we get set to go in the back half of this 75 lap main event to the restart zone, brought to you by M&K Truck Service Centers.
And as expected, it's a dogfight here on the first lap. Jack and Head both battling it out for the top spot. Buddy Head goes for the crossover. Hunter Jack closes the door. Battle a little bit.
Car in the wall. Car in the wall, front straightaway, hard into the wall.
Oh, that's Clarity Patton.
Yeah, it looked like maybe the throttle stuck on that machine. That car got a car, is it on its roof?
No, I think it's just a
Just the way
a bad
it's sitting
angle.
in a bad angle here. Hard hit for the 22 of Patton. Oh, no, yeah, it's just turned around. That car over in turn 1 is just turned around pointing towards us.
And getting word from track safety, Clarity Patton in that 22 car is okay. So great news to hear there, and yeah, it had all the lookings of a throttle sticking as she just went off into one, and it's like the car never stopped.
Well, she got the wall there. I think she got the wall in the front straightaway. I saw the sparks fly, and then yeah, Clarity just rode the wall kind of as if the wall was just keeping it going, kind of like how what's his name there, Ross Chastain, but not on purpose. As yeah, I was more afraid that thing was going to turn towards into the pit chute there, the way it was hugging the wall, and somehow it came to rest just before the tires there in turn number 2. But that was a terribly hard hit.
Yeah, as mentioned, our track safety crew reporting Clarity is okay down there.
Yeah, they're
So
pulling
once
the
again,
hood
just
off, and
yeah, great news.
nose of that all pulled to the left. Oh, the announcer's curse.
Yeah, that's I guess I'm just gonna not talk about anyone the rest of the night.
Ah,
More
boy.
Simpsons quotes.
Oh yeah, she was having a trouble with that. I almost wonder if she took a bit for that car to move from the last red flag. But I could not tell if she was in front of or behind the car she was involved with.
Yeah, at
It's,
this point we can only speculate.
It's,
But
I
yeah,
believe
there's
that's I believe that's Glenn Neal, because I see 09 on the hood of the car, which would be the primary sponsor. So that might be the Owensboro, Kentucky driver.
I believe that might be Huckabee. I see the 33 and Neal over
Oh,
there.
okay.
Turn 4, probably right in the reflection of the scoreboard for you. So I believe that is Logan Huckabee in the 09, making a long trip to be here. And unfortunately, when you make a trip like that, you certainly don't want it to end on a flatbed, but it looks like that's going to be the case for the 09. So still 31 laps to go here for the Vors Welding CRA late model Sportsman.
Yeah, certainly it hasn't been aggression, I don't think, that have caused us to have these slow moments. It's
that's
just
kind of
been
the-
kind of odd.
It's the strangest thing is that there's been a lot of aggression in this race, but it's all been more towards the front of the field,
Right.
which is where you would expect with the drivers that you have in the mix up there. But the further back in the field you get is where all the incidents have been happening, and really, all things considered, they've been racing pretty friendly in the back half of the field, but things just happen. So once again, 31 laps remaining here for the Jegs. Nope, that's in a couple weeks. This is the CRA Late Model Sportsman, powered by Jegs. And we do have one race coming up after this, 25 laps for the Gross Construction Street Stocks.
Well, the north side towing machine getting the driver there in turn 1 taken care of here. We still work on getting the 22 of Clarity Patton's car on the back of the flatbed there in turn number 2 at lap 44. So 31 left to go after the first half of this race. Pretty well, although had its moments of excitement, was pretty calm compared to the last 10 laps here.
Yeah, unfortunately, some of it was exciting and not the way that you want it to be exciting.
In the wrong reasons, yes.
And definitely, as we talked about earlier, this is one of those nights where your safety crew really earns their keep. And you know, you see all over on the internet people being critical of you know, the speed of cleanups and stuff like that. But really, I mean, with the things that these safety crews get thrown at short tracks across the country, the fact that we have people that give up their weekends to work that hard pretty much on the spot. No, I mean, you don't have time to prep for what we just saw here. And, you know, these safety crews, tow truck drivers, and all the such are really the kind of the unsung heroes of short track racing. And glad to have a great crew out here that work their tail off to get things cleaned up as quick as they can, and the friends and sponsors we have that help make that possible as well.
While watching the coverage here on Racing America, and that, right front, barely hanging on to that 22. They're having a heck of a time trying to get that on the flatbed as they're finally getting it up and situated. But boy, the heavy damage on the 22 car. Looks like the rear end's broken on that machine as well. I don't think there's a tire that that's holding any air on that machine. Just absolutely demolishing a lot of that equipment for Clarity Patton. And you're right, it was the 09 that was over here in turn 1. Logan Huckaba. As they just about have the cars cleared off the track.
And if that wasn't enough, we still have 31 laps to go. And I would say there is basically nothing that has been settled up to this point. We still have pretty much a wide open race from 6th forward. I think any one of those drivers could very well be a threat to win. Hunter Jack is your leader right now with 44 laps in the books. 31 to go, and Buddy Head runs 2nd, Chris Munson 3rd, John Beach 4th, Brandon Barkus 5th. And Roger, we have a big weekend of racing coming up 1 week from tonight and 1 week from tomorrow.
Boy, do we. I mean, going through that, doubleheader weekend, next weekend. Reveal the Hammer, Outlaw Super Late Models will be here. Then we come back the next day, the afternoon, and we break stuff on the track. Destruction, bus races, bus figure eights, trailer races. Do you want to see stuff get demolished? We're going to test out this concrete next Sunday.
Well, I can tell you, we were out here, had a test session for our buses and double stackers, and you guys are in for a treat. You definitely want to be here for that one to witness it in person. We recommend you get here as early as you can because we got concerns of a sellout.
Yeah. Wait, gates open at noon?
Yeah.
Gates open at noon, racing at 3.
And I believe, I will verify here right now as we speak, but I believe tickets are available. Let's see. Yup, tickets are available right on our website. Go to our schedule, May 19th, click on the little tab next to it that says tickets. And when you expect a big crowd like this, you know, you see some entertainment entities that'll really gouge you on the price. Like, oh, we know we're going to get a lot of people, so let's jack up our price to $30, $40 to get in. Well, just like every other night here at the Owasso Speedway, $14 to get in for general admission. Kids 20 and under free. Seniors, military, first responders, $12.
I think a lot of the destruction drivers in the state salivating over the payouts.
Oh, yeah.
That figure eight,
of.
that enduro figure 8 for 30 laps.
$1,000 to win.
And $200 to start.
That's more than some of those cars will be worth.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you won't want to miss it. And if we do sell out, you'll be able to catch it on YouTube. We are going to stream our destruction races as well. So, yeah, that's next week, Sunday, 3 o'clock. But get here early. Pack the kids. Bring them out. They still, if they're 20 or under, still get in for free.
Absolutely. And if you don't make it to this one, we do have, I think, 5 more throughout the summer into the fall.
Yes. I think Rex really misses us in the wintertime, so he wants to get us here as much as he can in the summer.
I mean, I think he sees enough of me.
All right, still working on, should be not too long. Boy, that field did diminish quite a bit here, but still a very good group of cars here.
It's survival of the fastest.
Yes.
Started 23 down to 13. So 10 cars have made a early retirement from this race. I believe I thought we were choosing the way everyone was going high and low, but okay, we're choosing this time. The way everyone looked like they were trying it out, I thought maybe I missed something. So the 6-car Zach Stacy was getting a flat replaced. So they do offer them a few laps as well. Similar to our procedure here
Yes.
on a regular Saturday night at Owasso.
And we'll get them lined up, and then when the 6 comes out, it'll just go to the tail end of the field, and we'll be ready to roll. And here he comes.
So he'll blend in with the back of the field. 44 in, 31 to go.
Field getting the 1 to go signal. We'll try this once again. Hunter, Jack, Buddy Head, your front row. Munson and Beach in row number 2. Tanner, Jack, Barkus in row 3. Then Litigott and Stillwell in row number 4. Palumbo having a nice run in that number 90 machine inside of row number 5.
Boy, and $3,000 American is a whole lot Canadian, I think.
Boy, what a start by Jack. And that's
Yeah.
not maybe too good of a start.
A little bit of sloppy shop going on there at the front of the field. So we'll throw the caution right back out. Another quickie yellow. Give him another shot at making this one happen.
So yeah, some tomfoolery going on up front.
Definitely some offbeat shenanigans.
So they'll get another opportunity at this.
And only one more opportunity as well. Keep that in mind. So the gamesmanship will come to an end, or it'll come to an end.
Oh, Buddy
Oh,
Head gets
no.
turned around. Oh, and Munson hard hit.
Oh, and Tanner Jack collected as well.
Well, well, well. Well, it was an interesting restart. Looking here at it, boy, it just looked like maybe the 41 skirted up the track and maybe got a piece of the 46, which turned Buddy Head around, but that tough call from the angle I'm sitting at. And yeah, out of in the wrong spot at the right time, Tanner Jack gets caught up in it. So we're going to lose 3 cars here in the top 5.
Yeah, and Munson and Head made pretty good contact as well. I mean, you can see the right front of the 3-car all messed up.
He was trying to lean on him.
So we'll see what the officials think here as they take a look at the replay. As I see it right now, Beach and Jack, your front 2.
Well, it sounds like Hunter Jack will be heading to the south end of the field after that incident was reviewed.
So that really shakes up your top 5 now. That put roughly Barkus up to 2nd now, if that were to be the case.
Yeah.
Lidicott to 3rd, so some drivers with an opportunity to have some really, really good finishes here if they keep it together. And right now it's not about fuel mileage, it's equipment mileage, equipment stress management.
Or just hitting stuff.
Yeah, Destruction Night is not until next week Sunday.
So did not get another lap in, still 44 down, 31 to go.
Someone better tell the street stock drivers that we have used our maximum allowances on the tow vehicles. We might have to have a tow vehicle fuel break.
I mean, if it keeps up, we'll have to call AAA.
Right. I wonder if AAA has a AAA.
I don't know. It's a good question. Well, probably not, since the A stands for American. Also, does Tripoli imply the existence of a Quapoly?
That seems like well above my education level.
I mean, I think I've made it clear throughout the night that it is well above my education level.
You're the one married to a teacher. Stop learning stuff.
Well, she only let me learn up to 3rd grade. I can make the curly letters. Kinda.
Well, my wife did tell me today that I act like a 5-year-old, so I'm already increased 2 levels in 3 weeks.
Look at you.
Well, it looks like Tanner able to at least back out of there. So Tanner Jack. Munson's on his way back out. He'll tag to the tail of the field.
41. Moving to the tail, 41. Armed for the race. 41. Moving to the tail lap this time.
So the 41 of Hunter being told to go to the tail of the field so far has not heeded that direction. Heavy damage you see on the right front of that 41 machine of Tanner Jack.
Just show him the black flag. 41. Okay, so 41 did not go. So if there was a caution, that was.
So just some discussion going on here as we work on this field, as we work on getting Buddy Head's car attached to the wrecker. Well, it looks like Tanner's going to keep his machine out, or is he going to head to the pits? He might be heading this time by to the pit area there, as the orange 41 will make the right turn to the pits, but I have a feeling he might be trying to, assuming he's got a flat perhaps. Got to imagine that right front sustained enough damage that he's going to lose air onto that tire, as we've got Hunter now moving to the tail end of the field.
There's a piece of metal that's jammed somewhere underneath.
Yeah, it was a message received to the 41 team, getting them to the back of the field. John Beach will inherit the top spot. And that puts Brandon Barkus up to 2nd. Barkus finished 2nd a week ago, too, in somewhat similar circumstances where some strange things went on, and all of a sudden there he was up at the front of the field.
Yeah, right. And then part with the jacks being sent off, or they're having their disqualification last week. Is Buddy Head back underway?
I will say that car does not look anywhere near as bad as I thought it would.
Yeah, and again, it could be the optical illusions on that car, but he's going to tag on to the tail end of this field here.
Yeah, they have basically what's known as an involvement rule, similar in nature to like a spin-or spin-e type rule, where if you are involved in the incident that causes the caution, you go to the back of the field. Head was involved, so he goes to the back of the field per CRA protocols. Again, Owasso drivers receive Owasso Speedway points for this race, Roger, but it is being ran under CRA procedures.
Sure.
So this is a bit of a hodgepodge between procedures and rules and all that, but definitely can say that it is an exciting first visit for the Vors Welding CRA late model Sportsman here to the Owasso Speedway as the field gets sorted out. Jay Palumbo looks like he's going to gain some spots.
Yeah, both Litigant and that 47 machine, Greg Stillwell, both took the inside line. So yeah, Palumbo picks up a number of spots by going up on the top side.
And Jay Palumbo, as mentioned, our only visitor from the Great White North, calls Goulet River, Ontario home. If you know where that is, you know Ontario better than I do. But I can say Jay Palumbo is a tenacious competitor, but just a heck of a nice guy, as you see with those from Canada,
right,
typically. So Palumbo, just a heck of a guy, and happy to see him running so well. And we'll see what he can do here. 31 laps remaining. Beach and Barkus through the restart zone. Green flag is back out.
They'll drag race into turns 1 and 2. Barkus on the top side, Beach on the inside. They'll drag race down the back straightaway now. Absolutely even in 3 and 4. Neither driver given an inch. Here they come side by side.
And Barkus now begins to inch ahead. He's got a fender ahead of the one of Beach as they head off towards turn 3. But Beach has that preferred line. Barkus is going to have a whole day's work ahead of him if he wants to make that work. But he has led the last 2 laps on the hop.
Well, John Beach looks like he enjoys all of turn number 4, as he does not stay to the bottom for very long there. That time he ran the bottom a little longer than he had the lap prior. Barkus not giving up as he holds on to that top spot. They touch going into turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, it almost looked like Beach missed his entry on turn 1, and they leaned on each other a little bit. Everybody no worse for wear. They'll continue on. But it looks like the handle may be going away from that one car. Beach has raced very hard for the majority of this race. And now that we're in the back stages, it is possible that maybe that car is starting to give up a little bit as Barkus continues to hold the lead. But Beach is definitely making him work for it in that outside line.
What a race up front. Barkus now will clear Beach down the back straightaway. Will he give him the inside line? No, he will not. He'll close the door, although he slides up the center of the corner. Beach fighting back to the inside.
And they are running up on some lap traffic. The one car, Julie Tulich, in front of your leaders as they do get single file down the back straightaway. Oh, a bit of an unexpected move by Barkus to dive to the inside of the one car.
Zach Stacy has his hands full in that number 6 car. He's got Munson and Buddy Head both trying to get back to the front of the field. Munson sideways.
Nearly loses the back end, Roger. He's able to hang on, but I mean, you can see all the body damage to that. If downforce is a factor in short track racing, then that car is probably at a deficit.
So Buddy Head couldn't get to the inside of Munson, so he'll look to the top side. This is a battle for the 5th and 6th positions back there, while your leaders continue to pull away. Still Barkus and Beach well up front. Litigant all by himself in 3rd, Stillwell in 4th.
Buddy Head on the march as well as he and Munson battle for 6th. Two of the cars that had to restart at the back of the field after that last incident. And thus far, everything proceeding as it should. We're coming now this time around to 20 laps to go. 20 laps left for Brandon Barkus in the 50.
Still a lot of race left to go. Stacy had gone up the track in turn number 4. That was Buddy Head through. He is a little tight through that corner, but he was able to clear that 6th machine. Buddy Head now pulls by a couple of car lengths. He's up to the 4th, 5th spot now. So he's broken back into the top 5, but he's got a long way to go as that battle for the lead starts to tighten.
Yeah, Beach has maybe laid back a little bit, let the tires cool off, and now he seems ready for a charge. Beginning to close back up the gap on Brandon Barkus, cuts the advantage by 1/10 of a second. Once again, they close up on some lap traffic. Barkus, again, one of those heroic dives to the inside of the lapped car. And Beach not able to keep that tight distance, gives up that same 1/10 he just earned back, but now that they have clear track in front of him, Roger, they're closing in.
Munson trying to pick up one more spot as well. He pulls underneath Stacy's number 6. Meanwhile, in front of them, Buddy Head now has caught the back end of Stillwell's 47 machine as he makes his bid for the 4th spot now. Boy, Buddy Head played that move perfectly. Using that lap car as a pick, Stillwell had to hit the binders.
Buddy Head driving like a man on a mission right now, Roger, as we are inside of 15 to go now. He's got his sight, but Buddy Head has his sight set on the 71 at Douglas Littlegott trying to run him down, but the best battle on the track continues to be that one up at the front of the field.
Kent Carson goes a lap down to those 2 leaders. Barkus and Beach is here in turn number 3. Littlegott just came off at turn number 2, so a full straightaway advantage for your top 2 cars. Tulich goes another lap down. Leader's going to have some more lap traffic to deal with. See how this plays out. Is good Neil. About to go another lap down to your race leaders.
Outside of your top 2, everyone pretty evenly spaced out as they run on the track. Even Barkus and Beach beginning to get some space between them.
21 is Zach Johnson. About to find himself another lap down to your race leaders. Stays out of harm's way. Goes up to the top side. Leaders go by. Palumbo now the final car on the lead lap in car number 90. And he's a straightaway ahead of your race leaders. 9 laps to go, Chris.
We are in the home stretch of this one. John Beach still hanging in there within sight of the 50 of Brandon Barkus, but not yet able to make a move. But now he starts to take a peek towards the inside of that number 50. And Barkus leaves a little bit of room on the bottom, enough for Beach to kind of get a taste of that inside line, but not enough yet to capitalize on anything.
Tulich gets way out of the way. Both your drivers up front, feature winners last season here at Owasso Speedway. Both looking to get their first of 2024.
Six laps remain now as Barkus leads Beach. Beach once again closing up the gap in the center of 1 and 2, but loses Barkus down the straightaway. And once again gains some room through 3 and 4, but again can't capitalize once they get to the straightaway. 5 laps to go now, Roger.
5 laps to go before the pay window opens. How aggressive will Beach be running in that second spot? He's able to hang that car right to the very bottom groove. Barkus trying to do what he can to keep that $ number 1 behind him. Laps continue to trickle down. 3 to go this time by.
And Beach gets a run off of turn 2. They make just a little bit of contact. Barkus able to hang on as Beach once again gets to his back bumper. Coming out of turn 4, Beach is going to show him the nose as we come down to 2 to go.
Final 2 laps. Beach all over the back bumper of Barkus, down the back straightaway. Will they get to the lap traffic? Beach now puts a nose underneath the 50 machine as they work their way out of 4. Little bit sideways is Beach, white flag in the air.
John Beach may have one more shot at it, Roger. He gets to the back quarter, gives Barkus a whole bunch of taps down the back straightaway. Barkus holds strong. Beach says he'll take the long road. Not able to make it stick off at turn 4. Your winner's going to be Brandon Barkus. John Beach second. We still got a battle going on for third.
Boy, Lidegaard able to hold on to the final podium spot as Buddy Head had reeled him in and almost made that pass for the 3rd spot, but Head will finish in the 4th spot. Stillwell will finish in 5th. So Brandon Barkus, your race winner. John Beach 2nd, Lidegaard 3rd, Head 4th, 5th is Stillwell. Stacy will hold on for 6th. Munson survives for 7th. And your final car on the lead lap, finishing in the 8th spot, the Canadian Jay Palumbo. Well, it got a little long-winded there about midway of this event. And those last 20 laps, some exciting racing between your top 2 finishers.
Thank you, sir.
And we don't usually let Chris get out of the booth very often, but we're going to send it down to him for your winner interviews as your top 3 at a stop on the front straightaway. Well, I'm guessing everyone having a hard time figuring out how to open the gate. But you know what? We got the smart one there. Chris Phobie figured it out in a heartbeat. He's going to take a minute to talk with your top 3 finishers, starting off with Brandon Barkus in that number 50.
All right, we're down here in Victory Lane. Come on out, Brandon. Your winner, Brandon Barkus. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Well, Brandon, a hell of a drive there. You had John Beach all over you for that last run. You guys beat and banged on each other a little bit, but you found yourself in Victory Lane. Tell us about it.
Man, that was a lot of hard work. I'm fat and out of shape. I want to thank everybody for running me clean. I mean, I know me and John got it together a little bit, but he let me gather it back up, which is really, he could have capitalized on it, but I appreciate him. I want to thank him, too. He helps me out a lot with this car, with him working at Van Dorn Racing Development. This car was bad to the bone, man. I want to thank all my sponsors, Shepherd's Family Auto Group, Current Mechanical, Kogler, Landscaping, Construction, Power Clean Industrial Services, Economy Auto Parts, Van Dorn Racing Development, Cody Hahn, my dad, my girlfriend, Allison, Blake Dagger, my spotter, kept me out of trouble. I can't believe it.
All right, Brandon, we've seen you the first 2 weeks of the season with this late model Sportsman. Are we going to see you back?
Yeah, my plan is to run for this points championship. So this week I've seen a lot of advertisements with the CRA guys coming to town. And I was never mentioned to win this race. Never doubt me. Never doubt my team.
All right, congratulations, Brandon Barkus picking up the win. Got to get a word with the rest of our podium here. John, that was a pretty crazy race. You had a front row seat for a lot of it. Tell us about your ride.
I really hope the fans like that. I mean, Buddy and I came from 9th and 10th to work our way back up to battle up front there. I got into Brandon there a little bit coming to the 1 to go or to the checker. I don't even know now. But he did a heck of a job. And really, I think the race was really good with the 10-car invert, and we had to work our way through the field. So.
Now, John, I know you have a whole crew of people that make this possible for you every week. You want to say thanks to them?
I can't say thanks enough to my parents, my girlfriend, Chris and Mike Stearns from Stearns M15 Garage, Dwayne from Finish Line Gutters, Kenny from Extreme Indoor Kart Racing, the Van Dorn boys, and everybody that's on this car. I got a whole list of them. I can be here for 10 minutes.
All right, congratulations on a good run, John. And driver with a hard-earned podium finish, Douglas. You got to witness a lot of it. You persevered, stayed in it, and a podium finish has got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels really good. It's a brand new car that we put together this winter. We worked really hard on it, and there was a couple close calls, but it was awesome to race at this track, and can't thank everybody enough.
All right, I'm sure you got a bunch of sponsors and family that you want to thank who helped make this possible for you.
Yeah, I have a lot of people. My dad, my grandpa, Dan Leppin, and then all of my sponsors, Hoppers Heavies Haulers, Junkyard Removal, One Stop Speed Shop, Automotive Supply, Corrigan Race Fuels, and everybody else that helps us out with it. Yeah.
All right, podium finisher today, Douglas Littigot. Congratulations. And I believe we also have a 50-50 ticket that we need our winner to draw real quick. Can we borrow our winner for just a quick second? We need you to make somebody else some money tonight. They're coming with the tickets right here. Oh, I better get out of the family pictures. Is that enough? I'm improving it. All right, Brandon, we'll have you pick the ticket here. Pick a good one. What's our total for the night? Do we know? 562 going to the winner. And we got it all shaken up here. So you're winning 50-50 ticket. It's green. Ticket number 5640037. That's 5640037. I believe you can claim that down at the souvenir stand. Thank you. All right, Roger, we're going to throw it back up to you. Get us started for this last race of the night.
Well, we'll let them celebrate there down there in victory. Then congratulations to our top three finishers. Congratulations to Brandon Barkus, as he said he's going to run for a championship this season, and what a great way to start that bid with a big $3,000 payday, and doing it with the stars of the Vors Welding late model Sportsman. Thank you to the CRA, the folks from CRA here, Scott Menlin and the gang. Always a pleasure to have them here in the tower, allowing us to fill in for Zach Heiser here this evening. I'm sure we will see him in 2 weeks here when the All-Stars are present. So it's going to be a big Memorial Day weekend coming up here in just a couple of weeks. But it's going to be a fun ride home for Brandon Barkus as he'll head back to Kendallville, Indiana with a big fat paycheck for his efforts here tonight. One more event to take care of here will be our street stocks, brought to you by Gross Construction. Scheduled to go, I see 25. It might be a little bit different. Might be just 20.
It's 25.
Oh, it's 25. Okay, it will be a 25-lap feature for the street stocks as we complete our celebrations. So your lineup for the street stocks is expected to look pretty similar to how they came out for their heat race, with Rob Sullivan sitting on the pole in car number 20. Jerry Ballard in the 22 will be to his right, row number 2 inside. Jim Miller Jr. in car number 9, and Mike Green in car number 3. Third row inside, the 67 from Battle Creek, that is Aaron Newman, and from Portage, In that number 7, it's Norm Overheiser. Jim Miller Sr. in that K9 machine, already a feature winner this season. We'll have Tim Lahar to his right. Tim's probably not used to just running one single class on race night. Usually you see him in a multitude of divisions throughout the evening.
Yeah, he was probably bored tonight.
And then shotgun on the field fast qualifier for the Gross Construction Street Stocks, Jeff Owens in car number 65. Again, want to thank the entire CRA staff and team for all their efforts. I know they had to do a lot of changing as the schedule changed a lot between 12 and 3:30 today, and did a great job, the drivers and the teams, getting themselves situated and ready when needed. So
yeah, I think we landed on weather contingency plan D by the time we were finally able to get things rolling this afternoon. So we played alphabet soup a little bit, but we made it through and
still made the 6 o'clock call.
Yeah, that's like I said, that's a tremendous amount of work from a lot of people. And here come your street stocks. 25 laps the distance here. And Rob Sullivan in the 20. Jim Miller Jr. in the 9. Jerry Ballard 22. Mike Green in the 3. Norm Overheiser in the 7. Aaron Newman in the 67. Tim Lahar in the 20. Jim Miller Sr. in the K9. Jeff Owens in the 65. So that's we're light on numbers, but there is a lot of good cars out there for this one, Roger.
Yeah, quality over quantity here with the street stocks as we get set to go here momentarily. Gross Construction Street Stocks ready to close out the evening's activities.
So once again, 25 laps will be the distance here. And this field pretty well backloaded with talent here.
All right, folks, final event of this evening. Again, appreciate you folks sticking it out with us here on a cold evening in the middle of May. It was warmer in February.
Parts of it, yes.
Field comes by for the white flag lap as they're set to do battle for 25. Let's see what they've learned from what they've seen already today. The numbers are small, so we can't afford to lose too many here in this feature event. And I bet it's going to be a tight field for all 25 laps as they get set to go out of turn number 4. Here we go.
And we shoot him off into turn number 1. Jerry Ballard around the outside in the 22. Oh, we're going to take him 4 wide briefly, as Jim Miller Sr. is a man on a mission.
Wow, it's like the seas part for Jim Miller Sr. Nobody was on the bottom, excuse me, coming through. And Jim Miller Sr. to second, chasing down the 22 of Jerry Ballard.
Well, Tim Lahar not quite as fortunate with the way that the traffic shook out, but he works around the outside of Aaron Newman to move up into the 3rd position as Miller goes to work on Ballard at the front of the field.
Lahar up to 3rd. Now he's watching that side-by-side battle for the top spot. Boy, Ballard way high, wide, and handsome, and that allows Miller to snatch that lead away.
And Lahar now up into the 2nd spot, working underneath the 22 of Ballard, as the 20 of Sullivan looks like he's going to call it a night. And your fast qualifier, Jeff Owens, now works to the outside of Newman. Oh, and I was completely wrong. Sullivan's still out there logging laps. But Owens around the outside of Newman.
I thought maybe the Sullivan machine was throwing fuel or throwing fluid out from underneath that car. Keep an eye on that when he comes down out of the straightaway there, as your top 2 go on by and they're battling for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Nope. Sullivan getting the black flag, not going at good speed. Lahar catching your race leader.
Yeah, they're running near identical lap times.
And Owens getting blocked in here. He's behind Ballard and Newman on his inside. Your fast qualifier cannot get by this battle for the 3rd spot.
Well, now to the inside of the 22 of Ballard. That'll move Owens up into the 4th position.
And Newman able to take advantage of that. He's now up to 3rd, so he goes up a couple of spots as well, as the leader's starting to become in danger of losing the rest of this field. Owens hoping for something to allow him to catch up a full straightaway to catch up to this lead duo.
Yeah, we talked about the fortune that Jim Miller Sr. had, the way the seas kind of parted and he was able to drive straight to the front. It has been the exact opposite of that for Jeff Owens. He's had nothing but roadblocks the entire time he's been trying to work his way up from the back of the field.
Owens now pulls alongside Newman. Looks like he'll make that pass down the straightaway, at least lead him into turn number 1. Still hasn't cleared the 67, now does so on the back straightaway as we're at the halfway point.
Well, at the front of the field, the news has not changed too much. Lahar not able to make much headway on the 9 of Miller. And unsurprisingly, your new track record holder, Jeff Owens, in 3rd. Fastest car on the track. Unfortunately, there's a lot of track for him to eat up before he gets to your top 2. And we're running out of laps here very fast.
Yeah, and he doesn't have it with the benefit of traffic in front of your leaders to really allow him to gather up large pieces of real estate on your race leaders. So we're at 10 to go now. He needs a caution, but he doesn't need to be the caution for Owens.
That's always the monkey's paw of these situations.
Well, Senior might catch Miller Jr. We know how tough to pass Miller Jr. is at any point in the race. See how much hassle, like you said earlier, you know, you race harder with family. Your field now spread out like the teeth of a hillbilly smile around this circle.
have those two Miller cars that look pretty similar. I just spent the last probably 2 laps watching Jim Miller Jr. fight the 3 car, thinking, boy, that 3 car is really stubborn as a lap guy, but that is in fact not the case.
Well, that car doing a nice job for it being a swapped over from its dirt setup. He's going to stay out of the way. He pulls over and lets Dad get by. And that should make things a little bit easier for Miller Sr., less easy for Lahar, running in that second spot. Now, actually, Miller Jr. being very gracious there, steps out of the line, lets Lahar go by.
Coming down to 3 laps to go now to close things out for us here at the Owasso Speedway.
Mike Green right in front of your race leader, in danger of going a lap down. Miller being patient with him, tucks down to the inside. We've got 2 to go.
And he was your opening night feature winner, and he's looking like a strong candidate to back it up right now as he comes to the white flag. 1 lap to go for Jim Miller Sr. in the number 9. Down the back straightaway one final time. Into turn number 3, out of turn number 4. Checkered flag is out. Your winner is going to be Jim Miller Sr. Tim Lahar second, Jeff Owens third. Looks like Aaron Newman going to come home in 4th. And Norm Overheiser will complete the race in the 5th position. So green-white checkers start to finish to close things out for us here tonight. And for Jim Miller Sr., it's another opportunity to have a nice little conversation with Roger Williams down in Victory Lane. Thank you.
Well, I would not be surprised if Jim Miller Sr. decides to light him up here on the front straightaway. As Miller Jr. will pull down to the infield here and celebrate the win with Senior. And just waiting for him to stomp on it. And here he comes. See if he puts any marks on the speedway as he pulls up into Victory Lane. Well, he did not. Oh, he disappointed everybody. Way to go, Senior. Everyone wanted to see you light him up. Everyone wanted to see you light him up. You disappointed everybody. Oh, gotcha. He didn't want to upset. These are brand new tires. He didn't want to upset them. Jim Miller Sr. pulling out of this machine. Well, I think part of your saving grace that first lap, first couple of laps there, was like the seas parted, and all of a sudden the fast groove, no one was there. You were able to really take advantage of that.
Yeah, they just kind of opened up the middle and let me through.
It's nice to race that way, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a nice, clean race. I like that. My car's not all tore up and stuff. And, and thank you for everybody that come out and bared this weather with us.
Second feature win of the season. I got to imagine you won a championship, I'm going to assume here, and you're on a roll.
I've had a few of them. You know, we've won a bunch of them, me and Jimmy and stuff, but I've had the car out 9 times, and I've won 6 of them. Broke 3 times.
So checkers are records for you.
That's what we call that one, hooker. She's either winning or she's on the hook.
Well, congratulations to you. I'll let you thank your sponsors here.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to thank Dwayne Damon. He helps me out a lot. Top Speed Motorsports, Ricky helps me out. Super Starter Shop does all my starters and alternators. Wild Built Performance does the low tune, which I got to go get a tune on the thing I missed so bad. Dort Transmission does all my trainings in this. I run a 3-4 months unit. And Corona Road Bar sponsors me. They do help me out a lot. And my kid, he's all over this car. He's built this whole thing, and he hardly lets me do any tuning and adjusting on it. And I cut myself.
Yeah, I was wondering how I thought maybe you were shaving the last 5 laps.
I cut myself somehow.
So,
Great time. Had a good time.
well, enjoy your night.
Oh, I need a heater in this thing. I'm froze.
You need another 10 laps.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Closing out the show tonight. How about it for Jim Miller, Sr., ladies and gentlemen? And that concludes the show, Chris. What do you say about that?
Well, a fairly early night for us here at the Owasso Speedway. We thank you all for coming out and spending your Saturday with us and braving the weather. For those of you watching at home and those here in attendance, we hope to see you here. Doubleheader weekend next Saturday and Sunday right back here at the Big O. On behalf of Roger, my name's Chris. We thank you for coming out. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you soon.